Hey everybody, it's Angie. Um, so today is something new for me. I'm going live today. I'm basically freestyling. Um, I'm not used to this, so you guys are gonna get the whole entire uncut, unpracticed, unredone version of whatever I say today. Um, of course, everybody know I've been talking about this person NeoX, and I have ran into some awesome people in the midst of this entire situation. Shout out to V Bennett, brother Maat, and brother JTV. See, these brothers, they have great platforms, great channel. They are speaking light and knowledge and spreading positivity to the community along with Kevin Wesley. And I feel like because of a lot of mental toxic behaviors, a lot of the great works from these great men that are basically from everywhere, they are overlooked, and it's time for a change on that. And I'm going to do uh the topic for today. I was going to bring in some info about the patterns of NeoX, but I'm going to. Good morning, Latoya. Thank you for coming in. We probably gonna be here for a while too. So if you guys are working, hey, jam out with me. Um, I have to talk about this topic. I have to get this off my chest because it's a lot of toxic mentalities and especially with us females, and so we need a woman's perspective, basically to shed enlightenment. um I saw the video with NeoX interviewing Kevin's exes yesterday, and I literally couldn't go to sleep. I could not go to sleep last night. It was so it was so disturbing, you know what I'm saying? But it's so common because of the overall perception of reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we just got to do better. So, as I learn in this video today, you guys are going to be getting my perspective as to what is going on. Thank you so much, Toya, for joining me too. I really appreciate that, Mama. I I appreciate the support of you guys coming on, to hear my perspective. That really means a lot to me. I just had to get my voice out because, you know, all of the content creators that have been putting in so much work and effort, even the subscribers, everybody they've been raising their voices about these things, especially about the LaTruth saga. You know what I'm saying? And as an original follower for Kevin, and I've endured watching these brothers and their sisters be mistreated. I felt like, it's time for me to go ahead and, step in the game, get my let me grab some of the rope that there we're holding on to, okay? You know what I'm saying? And um so today, let me go ahead and just pull this video up. I was gonna do a video of NeoX's patterns, but I think I'm gonna do that after this. Um because it's so important for us to kind of see what's going on. And so, just everybody, please bear, because once we get it popping, it's gonna be popping. And also, I also feel like Kevin shouldn't have to always come out and defend himself. They use that against him all the time. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's okay. So what are we gonna say now if a female is coming out to speak about it? So I'm coming out to speak out on it. I'm going to give my perspective. This is not a place of hate. This is just purely a place of, let's get a better understanding, you know, let's get some true enlightenment. So that's what I'm going to do. um, I want to share my screen. And I'm new to all of this. So we're just going to go ahead and do it now because I had to sacrifice some time to do this because, you know, obviously it's not going to wait for me, right? So, okay, so I must have must oh, oh it's okay. So that oh that's better. Okay. I'm hearing myself twice. Let me see. Mhm. Okay, so I think I got it. Everybody, please, thank you, love, for just bearing with me. It's just so much on me, on my heart about this situation, and I'm new and upcoming, and I gotta get it out, even in the midst of perfecting my craft. So I'm growing. Thank you for growing with me. Thank you for anybody who comes in and hears this. Thank you for growing with me. I'm definitely gonna speak my opinion on this. I think there needs to be a change, and I just want to see my piece in making the effort for that to actually happen. And so, and just tell me how this looks when I add the screen. Because what I really wish was to be able to um be able to learn these things before I even spoke out, but I wasn't able to do that, and that's okay. Sometimes you can't wait on things. Sometimes you just have to keep moving forward. And so that's what I'm working on. Just moving forward and just going with the flow of things. And everybody will see the growth this way. It's authentic. I wonder how people get these things done, like when they are doing their videos, like how who taught them? That's the question. Once I get it going, I'll get it going. Hey V, when I say I'm a new creator, content creator, I mean it. I completely mean it. So, everybody just understand that. Shout out to V Bennett. You guys, if anybody comes across this video, please go check him out. He and some other brothers, they have great videos. They have great discussions. They're awesome guys. Awesome platforms. I started following and I'm not going nowhere. They have awesome channels, okay? I want to present something to you. Okay, so let me see something. You guys, I do not know how to add to my screen. I'll tell you what, you guys. I'll do some homework and I'll come back. Give me about 20 minutes. Let me figure this out because I want a good live. Thank you, Toya, for coming through too. Please check on me. I'm coming back. I promise. What'd you say, Vinny? V? I'm sorry, V. I was okay. It says I like 3 main folders. One of the video experts you can upload, one for images that are background and one for images that are displayed in front. Um 3 main folders. Okay. I don't know if I'm like when I click on it, I don't know if that's what you guys are actually seeing. Oh, so you do see it? Oh, I got it. I think I got it. Okay, so um let me just use this right here. See what it says. Do it in the window layout. Share it. Okay, and then on this, I'll just go to okay. Uh-oh. I'm on my son's computer, you guys. This is what I want to share. Okay? Okay. Okay, yes. Oh, okay, so I got it. I'm doing good. Yay! Thank you, V. Right, Toya. So I'm in the game, okay? So if anybody wants to head up, tell them to skip forward maybe about 10-20 minutes. But we're in the game. We are set to go. Um, let's start playing this. Let's see what we can learn about this today. And I'm just gonna skip some of her video because it's music in the beginning.
First skipped message sent yesterday at 5:27 p.m.
killed. Ain't no put some respect.
And you can actually start with the timeline. When were you and Kevin exclusive?
Okay. Well,
Okay, so this is apparently one of Kevin's exes. Let's see what she has to say.
I am shy. I'm originally from New York. I live in Virginia. So I was in Virginia when I met Kevin, obviously. That was in 2019.
Note that this is not to destroy the females. What I am speaking of is something that can enlighten us, for one, and for two, it's time for women to see the things that we could possibly change, especially for the men in our community. You know, I don't think it's fair with the treatment, and I'm just gonna be one of those women that's just gonna stand out and call us on our stuff. You get what I'm saying?
19, I believe. So just a little background about myself. I've been here for about 7, 8 years now. And I was actually introduced to him through a video that went viral. I didn't even know it was him, to be honest with you. It was like a voice on this voiceover video about leaving the church and stuff. So I was just going through my, I guess you could say my epiphany stages of just realizing, like, this whole church scene is some weird shit about it. So I started embarking on that path, and that's how I came across, his page, and how that's how I started to interact with him. But truth be told, he jumped in my DM. So on Facebook, that's how it happened. And I honestly was just really interested in his content, like his videos, what he was standing for. I was just really interested in that path. Like, I was going down that path. So I was actually excited that there were other people that was on the same path as me. And that his page was centered around a lot of people like that. And I, in Virginia, this is a Commonwealth state. So it's not that much, going on down here with people that are just waking up or, coming out of the whole, Christian walk and all that. So
now I can attest to that because about a few years ago, some years ago, I was going through what I would call a spiritual awakening. And I mean, I went through some steps. Like I reread the Bible for myself. I got a bunch of books and started just reading different insights. And then eventually I was on Facebook, and I would say Kevin Wesley and Bobby Hemmett popped up on my timeline. And then when I saw the video with Kevin Wesley, he was talking about the Matrix. And then after that, I literally started to binge watch everything, about everything that he was talking about, just his insight and everything. It gave me an entirely new perspective on things. So I understand it completely where she's coming from with this information. Shout out to Kevin. His information was dope. I don't know what I just did. What's up, Jake? How we doing? I mean, his video was pretty dope. So I don't even know what I did to get out of that video. Okay. Here it goes again. All right, so let's keep playing with it.
So it was cool to basically connect with people that were not in my area, that was going through the same thing as me. So that's how it all started. We chatted back and forth on DMs on Facebook, and then it went from the
I don't
All
know
right.
why I keep hating.
What time frame, what year would you say that you and him were exclusive? Like if you finally say we were in committed relationship.
well, the first couple of weeks, obviously, we wasn't, we was not in no type of relationship. It was right before he had his surgery. So he was basically, I mean, I followed him all the way up until his surgery. We was not exclusive. We was not talking. That was not my man. I was not his girl.
Okay, so I see your it says as long as you got this in your banner, you won't get any issues if you're doing commentary occasionally. Okay, so let me see what you got. Copyright disclaimer. Let me see. Okay, so oh, I got you on the screen, V. Okay. Let me see if that'll hold for a second until I figure out how to work this stuff.
We were just talking, friendship building, bonding. And when he had his surgery, that's when I felt really bad for him. Like all that stuff that was going on with him, all of that really gravitated me into him a little bit more. So once he was done with his surgery, once he had his surgery, I was like, oh, he was like, we should meet. And I'm like, oh, okay, let's meet. So he was living in Carolina at the time. So he was like, he was going to drive up here to Virginia to meet me and my best friend. And we was going to kind of go on like this little, double date or whatever. So that was like that was right before he came out to everybody with the whole GoFundMe and all the money for the surgery and all that stuff. I don't know what happened during that time because I think he had like a point where he was asking for money before his surgery. And then he was also asking for money after his surgery. So I'm kind of in the whole loop of everything after.
Okay. So
that was 2019.
I was one of those people that definitely supported him before COVID. And I remember the whole tube food, him asking for donations because another video of his almost went viral when he was in the hospital, and he was encouraging people not to fear, not to be afraid. He showed people, like, he even did the infamous "No God Can Kill Me" because people was wishing death on him because he walked away from organized religion, specifically Christianity. So that's the video that really inspired me, what made me say, okay, I'm going to support Kevin Wesley no matter what, because people literally tried to wish death on him, and he showed the world how brave he is, and I respected that. I can tell you.
So we see these things of this man in a moment, and we forget these things later. I don't understand why. But just like he made it through cancer, he's going to make it through this. Kevin, you are going to make it through this. It's nothing to you. You have showed your strength. You have showed, that these things are possible, So let's try not to feel discouraged in these moments, okay? Kevin, you got this. This too shall come to pass.
Exactly. And then I've been, watching his teachings. And then lately, about 2 years ago, I kind of fell off from him a little bit because I started, doing more of the conscious community stuff. And I noticed his content began to change, especially within the last year. So I didn't really keep up with him. But me and him kind of got into it. He's upset with me because I assumed, not assume, because I ain't going to assume. I made a comment saying that I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin Wesley was gay because he gives me gay vibes. And I'm in the LGBT community. And I even...
That is not the statement she made. Her and Callie went on a rant talking about him being gay. That is not the statement that you made. You did not assume. You stated that he was gay. And not only that, but on your titles of your videos, you made statements of him being gay.
Referred to his pictures, how he take a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. A lot of women, they have a judgmental mindset of what they think a man should do, look like, or be. So if we see a man doing something that is not in our mind what we consider to be a masculine thing to do, we categorize it as something as bad or not normal. Kevin taking pictures does not identify his sexuality at all. It does not. Okay? Let's get this understood, ladies. Stop creating this man in your head and judging every man that you come across based upon this thought. That's not fair.
When we first met him, the scene was, obviously this is after he had his surgery, which I didn't even think at this point like he should even be traveling. That's number one. He's telling me, his stomach is removed and all this. So I'm thinking like this is like kind of dangerous. Should you be traveling and stuff? So I'm just going to tell you what my best friend told me, because my best friend is older than me and she is like my mom. You know how you got an older best friend or a best friend or a sister, even a friend that's like y'all real cool and they always try to tell you something you don't want to hear. And you're just like, listen, I don't want to hear that. I want to be in this delusional state, So all the stuff he was telling me, I'm believing everything he's saying, but it took an outside person in to kind of look. When we met him, she was like, she literally didn't.
No. What happened was you went to someone without any formal education as far as cancer and the removal of your stomach goes, and she gave you an opinion based upon how you perceived it to her. That is exactly what happened. That is not healthy. You had a concern. You asked him directly. He gave you an answer. You felt okay about it. And you went to talk about him to your homegirl. And that's how a lot of relationships fail. Because if you are seeking advice from someone, and it's not saying that it's a bad thing, the best person that you could get advice from is somebody who has a background or they specialize in these specific topics of your concern.
Didn't even care when he was sitting on the couch in the Airbnb that he rented, literally looking at her. She like, so let me get this straight. You don't have a stomach, but you eating? Because that's what she asked him. And that's no cap. Like she asked him, I'm like, yo, don't, I'm like defending him. And she's like, I just don't understand. So if you can explain it to me, then, then I guess I'll understand. So he really just basically said that he had, a trace of cancer in his stomach and the doctors want to prevent it, from, spreading or, him actually becoming diagnosed with this gene or, whatever he had going on that his family members had. So my friend was just kind of like, inquiring like, well, we sitting here, we just came back from eating at this restaurant in Virginia Beach called Rajput, and homeboy eating food like, like ain't nothing going on. So we kind of all just a little bit like, how are you eating when you say you don't have a stomach? It's just
the level of misunderstanding in this whole situation. Put that in my banner. Your banners are the right. Okay, so how do I put that? Okay, I go to my banner. And then use banners to summarize your talking. This is an example. Testing, create a banner. Okay. I don't know if it's a way to copy and paste. I'm sure it is, but you guys like having this situation right here and basically trying to learn and also speak what's on my mind at the same time. It's kind of like everything is just jumbled. I'm pretty sure once I get like more confident in my craft, I'll be able to perfect. You guys will see the growth is coming. Everything is near. But I think it's just important for us to see ourselves, especially us women. We got to see ourselves. I've been seeing a lot of mistreatment towards the men lately, especially with Brother Latruth and his situation. You know, it's time out for this. It's time out for the mistreatment of our brothers. Okay. All right, so I added it. And let me go back to the chat. Yes, Jade, I'm going to finish her. I'm definitely going to do this for the sake of our brothers, especially in the conscious community. And we have a problem with men, in and out of jail, selling drugs, hurting each other, causing harm, stealing, robbing, doing all of these type of things. But we have a group of men that whether they come together or not, they're within this setting of speaking positivity, spreading knowledge, giving information that that could probably change perspective, or just enlightenment, positive things. We have brothers who are in homes with their families, taking care of their children. They're beating all statistical odds, but yet we still have a group of us women we have a toxic mindset, an ungrateful mindset, and we tarnish these characters with lies and deceit. Not to say so much as what the exes are saying may be of lies. I think their perception is through a view of unhealed mentality. You get what I'm saying? Which a lot of us women carry. I'm not saying that they aren't deserving of any correction, but at the same time, I don't think that these are continuous patterns that they just deliberately go after men for no apparent reason, like Neo does. She is a predator towards men, if you ask me. And so this is my whole point for everything. Right, V. Right. The mentality of her is just is I know some 20-year-olds who has a little bit more. So they say the narcissistic mind is a mind of like a toddler behavior. So we'll go from that. And that's why I stopped the video, to basically talk about the removal of his stomach, and then to say, well, how is he eating? Well, how would you expect him to get his nutrients? Like, are we making any sense about this at all?
Just the anatomy of what he was saying, it just didn't make sense.
We remember the basic
right
anatomy when we was in elementary, and they teach you
right
major organs, your heart, liver, your esophagus. They teach you, and they let you know you have the stomach, then you have the intestines, that
and digestion starts with the mouth. So we just you know, it just didn't make sense. So basically, from that point, when we left, because they were trying to get us to stay, because he brought his homeboy with him, and I can't remember this boy, for the life of me, but I'm gonna find his information because he's in my messages somewhere. But he brought his best friend. Apparently, it's supposed to be his best friend from Carolina, and he was obviously supposed to be there for my best friend, and I was, you know, it was me and Kevin, and you know, the little double date thing or whatever. But they did want us to stay at the Airbnb. But my friend, she was like, "No, we're not staying. Like, I don't know this guy like that." And you know, I'm like, "Well, let's just meet up the following day." But the following day, just some shit hit the fan because my bestie was like, "I don't trust him. I don't think he's, you know, he seemed a little off." So I'm like,
Okay, ladies, precaution. It is nothing wrong with taking the advice from a friend, but from what I've learned, a lot of women, they speak from a place of their own insecurities or jealousy. So we have to be mindful of these things because they will rob you of something that could have been great just because they wish it was them. So let's just be mindful of that, okay? I'm not going to say that this was the case in this situation, but it does happen. It does exist.
off how? And she was like, "I don't know. He seemed gay. Like, you know, is he really into you? You know, because he really wasn't touching me like that when he came. So I don't know if it's just."
So he was respecting you and you felt like that was giving gay. If a man was groping on you, how would you feel then?
The first interaction, you kind of like, because mind you, this is our first time meeting. From talking,
your first time meeting a man and he's not groping you, he's just politely being in your presence, and you felt like that was strange. You're not used to the treatment of a particular gentleman that doesn't feel the need to touch you so fast. I'm not understanding that.
on the phone, texting, FaceTiming for months. You know, when you see someone in person, sometimes you got to adjust or you got to feel a person out. So I wouldn't say he was all over me, but I wouldn't say that he wasn't. Like, you could tell it was me and him and her and the dude. But she definitely came for him and said that. And I was like, no, he's not gay. Like, I was trying to basically stop her from projecting this idea of why she felt like that about him.
Is she gay or bisexual?
No, she's not. But so when everything happened,
hold on. The reason why I asked you that, because Kevin said that maybe because I'm gay, I assumed that he was gay.
No,
I just want to go on record that a straight woman who actually met you in person, her first impression where you were giving tambourine player.
Regardless of your sexual orientation, if you have a toxic mindset, you're going to perceive things in a similar way. It doesn't matter what your sexuality is. Us females, if we have that toxic mindset, we're going to see things the same way, or sometimes we're going to see it differently, but are too ashamed to move differently because everybody has normalized moving in a specific manner.
Yes, and not for nothing. And this is not about me, because I know he's gonna say, "Oh, you scorned." Sir, I don't have a reason to be scorned. Look at me. I don't have no problems in my life. Like, I don't need to.
Again, scorn has nothing to do with looks. She's very beautiful. I won't take that away from her. But scorn has nothing to do with looks whatsoever. It is a behavior pattern. It is a thought process. And she's going to get into it. We're going to help clarify this scorn.
To be pressed over you, okay? You was pressed like a
very
panini.
Beautiful girl.
Thank
you're very
you.
Beautiful girl, sis.
Thank you. He was pressed like a panini, not me. Let's get the facts straight.
So he was pressed, but he wasn't touching you. See the contradiction in that? Was he pressed or was he not that into you? Which one was it? I mean,
but he will tell it like as if I'm coming at him in this way, but he just it was just the way that he did me wrong. Like if he would have just owned up to it and was like, you know what, I really did this, I did that, I'm sorry, then we could be good.
So you felt entitled to an apology based upon your emotions, and then we wouldn't even have this discussion in the first place. So are we doing things for men in order to hold something above their heads? Or is there supposed to be a mutual agreement between two parties that they just generally like each other, and whatever happens within that situation, whether it ends or continues, it was off the understanding that you guys had a general liking? See, we're not playing fair. You used everything about him to make him to be a bullet, to hurt him. Why? But if he was to come out and say anything about you, all of a sudden we're victims. We're crying. He's so wrong. He's so wrong. No, you were wrong, because whatever happened in your relationship, it should have stayed there, unless it was something so ill dramatic and ill will that people needed to hear. This man did not abuse you. This man did not grope you in an ill manner. He treated you as in a light as if he was a gentleman, from what I'm understanding, and you weren't used to that. Personal stuff should be kept offline. Thank you, Jade.
Because I'm still waiting for the
Kevin,
$2,000 that he was supposed to be paying me back, but I still never got that back.
Kevin, you see how I keep saying I should be your master teacher now? I literally said, instead of you jumping on the internet trying to discredit her, calling her a liar, saying that she's crazy or she's scorned, an apology can go a long fucking way.
She wants to be somebody's teacher, but I spoke about this, how she stated about unconditional love was only meant for one person in your life, and how if you had multiple children, you were to favor one, because that's what conditional love was, and that you only have one soulmate. But yet and still, she wants to advocate for homosexuality, thus trying to break the conditions of love. Okay, Grandmaster Teacher, let's go.
Yeah, because
I'm sorry.
All I wanted was him to just be like, you know what, I fucked up. Like, I really did. Like, I didn't do her the way she should have been. I didn't treat her the way she should have been treated, because this was not about a relationship with him at this point, because it had already dissolved from our own interactions with each other, from him taking the money, from all this other stuff. It had nothing to do with the internet or with him.
I wonder, in any of this time of her thought process, did she ever consider what he may have been feeling in his mind about the relationship? Did she ever compare that maybe he saw it in a certain light? Was there any seek for understanding, or do you just automatically assume, based upon what you did as far as the relationship, he's indebted to you now?
Him and Callie was beefing over. This was a personal situation that me and him had together because we were in a relationship. This had nothing to do with his issues with Callie, his issues with DW. None of that stuff had anything to do.
Say the White Howard. I ain't worrying about no lawsuit. That nigga gay.
Well, none of that stuff had anything
okay.
to do.
How are you advocating for homosexuality and find a way to laugh at somebody who possibly admitted to his sexuality? How? What is this? What is this? But continue.
To do with me. Now, because I was there, yes, I'm going to speak on it. Like, I didn't sign no NDAs. Nobody told me. I didn't have to say nothing. So, I mean, but there was moments that I was with him and he would be doing some shit and I'd be like, that shit is mad gay. Like, it just would give, it would just, to me,
Oh, no, he didn't. Miss Peaches?
When you with somebody,
this is a person who's advocating for homosexuality. Let's not forget, y'all. This is a person who's advocating for homosexuality, who's making fun of homosexuality.
Like, all the time. You start picking up their mannerisms. You start picking up the way they walk, how they talk, how they interact with people. And there was a lot of moments that I would be sitting there like, I don't know if am I bugging? Like, and it just would be something in my spirit that would just be, and it's not nobody is coming around me telling me. There was nobody saying he was. Nobody came to me and said that to me. This is just my intuition, my feelings when I was with him. It would just come up like in my soul. Oh, damn, no, I don't want that because I was in love with him. So why would I want to feel like that about somebody I love? That I do not want to feel like that.
I wouldn't want to feel that way either, sis.
No.
I wouldn't want to feel it. But it's a double standard with women. Because like I was married to a guy and he knew I was a lesbian the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So
I knew she wasn't homosexual. I've stated that. How are you advocating for homosexuality? Don't you think that to be interested in both men and women, you would be bisexual? Okay.
Right.
Men can handle it, but women is different with men. Like no woman wants to really think that her man could be down low or gay. You don't want that in the back of your back of your mind. But I know you said nobody really told you. I just want to remind you that your friend definitely said her first impression.
I was not hearing that, okay, because that was my man, and I didn't care. I didn't care what she was saying.
But Kevin is a nice looking guy. Like I told me, fine to me. I mean, I don't want him sexually, but he's a nice looking. Even when he had the chipmunk, but even when he had the big face and the chipmunk cheeks, he was cute. Right,
right. And I think that a lot of it too, like some of the things that really, like Kevin, no doubt, is a manipulator. Like he will manipulate the situation, manipulate your thoughts, make you think you're thinking some shit, and it's not even it's literally not even you, it's him. But there have been so many situations that I've been in where I lost best friends over him. I have people that family members, like they don't even talk to me no more because of the situation, because they kept telling me like, listen, what are you not seeing? But when you're like, it's almost like a brainwashing state. It's like you're just brainwashed and you're just thinking like, wow, I can't see nothing. It's just similar to Christianity. Like you have that cognitive dissociate that happens to you, your brain shuts down and you can't think about nothing other than what you believe and it's just, that's just how it was. Like nobody could tell me nothing. Nobody could say, oh, these things are not, or these things are true or they're not true. So that's basically how some of our interactions and situations went with him. It would just be like, oh, what he says is gold. Like his word is what that means, or what it's supposed to be, if that makes sense.
It does. So
is that how you perceived it in your mind? Maybe he was giving insight of a different perspective, and you had this idea in your mind that what he was stating was supposed to be treated as gold. That was a thought process of your mindset that had nothing to do with what he was sharing with you.
So you definitely mentioned that you seen some red flags about his sexuality, and you can't flat out say I know he's gay, but you can admit that he has questionable behaviors in the relationship, right?
Yeah.
So some red flags. Okay, so let's go straight to the juggler. Let's just go to one of them. Can we talk about the gay porn thing?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's go straight for the juggler, because I keep, because if I would have said it, he would have said I was lying. I didn't check with him to see if he's going to actually admit to me that he watched gay porn. So let's go right to the juggler, because I think that's a big that's a big red flag.
It is.
That's that flag bigger than China's flag, and I think their flag is red.
It's bigger than everybody's. The whole United States, all the flags in the United States put together.
That's a big one. But that's very concerning. So go ahead and give us a little, detail about the gay porn thing that you shared with me.
And honestly, this is something that I told Callie, and you. So the reason why this is a topic is because I actually didn't want to believe what I saw. So that's why I was trying to build those building blocks so you could see why I didn't want to believe those things. I didn't want to think like, oh, you know, my man is doing this, or I'm seeing some weird shit, or I'm creating, you know, sometimes you can create shit in your head, and you know, I try not to do that with him. I was really kind of like to the point, like I got his back. But I went to Cali with this because this shit was like off the charts. Like we laying together, we doing, you know, our thing, and I just happened to glance up, and the phone, I think he just lost track of how the phone was, where it was laying, or how it was positioned. But the phone was positioned to where I kind of just popped up and looked real quick to see, because I kept seeing it out of the corner of my eye. Like, why is he on the phone? Like, what is he doing? So as soon as he popped the phone up, I looked and I seen two dudes. So, and then I was like, what the fuck? What are you watching? And he just kind of like took his phone and went and put it on his chest because he was laying down. So it's kind of like this, and he was just like,
okay, so we all understand what porn can consist of, right? So we don't have to go into a lot of dialogue about this, but you could have seen two dudes, and it could have been a certain situation with multiple guys and female, or, you know, males and females. You saw a clip. You didn't see the whole thing. So your assumption was to scream gay. You get what I'm saying? I can't take away from her perspective as far as actually seeing it, but I could kind of suggest that even when you see something, it doesn't necessarily mean that that is what you saw. You saw a glimpse, he took the phone. You saw two males, he still took the phone. How long did you of that clip did you watch to fully determine that it was actually just two men having sex with each other? How long?
Like, I said, what are you watching? What are you doing? And he's like, oh, you know, I'm just watching some porn. I'm like, why are you watching porn? Like, and I was like, was it two niggas that she was watching? He got fucking mad. Like, he was like, no, what are you talking about? Why would I be watching two niggas? I'm like, yo.
It's an obvious response of a straight man to be offended. See, what happens is, this is how you plant a seed. Words are seeds. Your friend suggested something, and then it became a thought process. So now you're looking at certain things, these certain different things are happening within the relationship. And then this moment right here, and all of a sudden, oh, a highlight of a gay moment. This is what happens when you take in toxic information. Ladies, we have to stop doing this. And then to say that he was wrong for being offended, he was offended. Why would you ask that?
Oh, I swear, I just see two niggas. Like, I mean, and this is my head. My mind is like telling me, like, I did not see this shit. I'm hoping that he would turn the phone to me and say, no, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking. He did not do none of the above.
Damn, so he wouldn't even turn you to show you, like, girl, I ain't
no,
looking
he
at no
wouldn't
niggas.
show me. No, he just went straight to how he do. Like, he just manipulate the whole situation, say I'm fucking crazy, I'm bugging, or, you know, just flipped it. And then he was mad at me for the rest of the time. Like, you know, it just that's what he do. But that's what manipulators do, and I know this word has been popular.
Exactly, V. I feel the same way. Yes, Jay. I'm telling you, what was the reason for coming out with this nonsense? Like, seriously, you have no substantial proof whatsoever. We're just going based upon your word. It's to me, it's the need to be relevant, especially with what has been happening lately. With the background of what his brother and his brother's soon to be ex-wife, they're going through a very toxic divorce situation, and it's just a lot of people are coming out with their toxicity, and it's disgusting. And it's ladies, it's women. We are definitely not we. I won't put myself in this, but a lot of women are showing how traumatized and toxic their mindsets really are with this situation. It's sick.
On the internet, everybody want to call somebody a narcissist, but I mean, he kind of does have those
He
tendencies.
has a lot of the traits. We just can't diagnose him because we're not psychiatrists, but he definitely have the traits.
Right. So, you gotta think about it. Callie's like my brother. So I immediately call him up. I'm telling him like, yo, this is what I saw. And he's like, nah, this is when they was cool though. So he's not telling me like, yeah, this is some shit right here. He kind of like, I don't know, you sure that's what you saw? And I'm like, I know that's maybe. Then I start second guessing myself. And then that's when the shit starts, like, damn, did I even see that? But it's
so I want to highlight this as well. You're not only talking to your homegirl, but you're talking to the person that you're dating, homeboy. And a lot of men have toxicity as well, where they will say something to cater to a perspective that you're bringing to them, only so that they can come in. And even if they can't come in, who says they're not gonna try? And not only that, but there's a lot of men out here who are low-key jealous of their own friends, and we'll get to that as well. Let me see what you said, V. Even if it was gay, she's not doing this because, yeah, correct.
It's like you just know what you saw.
Yeah,
and
you didn't want to believe.
I just didn't want to believe I saw that shit. Because my sister met him. My niece and my nephew met him on Dwight's property. Like, listen, you know how Evelyn said, you are not a motherfucking factor? No, I was a factor, okay? So I was there. I've been in situations. I was at the house. We was together. So that's the thing I want to clear up. Because it's not about what he's trying to create me to be, this person I just came out of the blue. Well, if I came out the blue, why was you meeting my sister? Why was I saying, like, I don't think people just do that, especially bringing family members of people that you're dating to, Dwight's house. Like, why would you do that if I wasn't cool?
Yeah, he likes.
Why would you introduce your family to someone that you just started dating? Why would you do that? You don't even know if the relationship is promising. You guys weren't dating that long. I don't know if Kevin was probably trying to introduce you as well, but this is a sign to show us that this was not the timing for certain things were wrong. Your family shouldn't have met him so soon. What was your reasoning behind that to bring your family to an NBA player's home? What was your reasoning for that?
To do that, he likes to downplay stuff, manipulate, paint the narrative,
exactly.
that the narcissistic traits that we were talking about. He has this godlike complex that he's never wrong. Even though we literally got a video, me and Callie roasted his ass of him gossiping. He claimed he doesn't gossip, and I told him, bro, you doing the same thing we're doing. You gossip too. And he wound up gossiping about a major influencer that finally saw what he said, even though the video was 2 years ago. He lied and said that this man's wife murdered somebody, and it wasn't the case. Instead of him apologizing and said I got the information wrong, he made a whole video blaming me.
Right.
In this situation, Kevin was attacked about something that was placed on the news. He reported that information from the news. He also stated about this information, but I just want to double back on it for people who were not there to hear his explanation of things. But not only that, but the whole purpose for what he was stating, they didn't even go into dialogue about that everything was taken out of context. You automatically assume that his purpose was to gossip, and it was not. It was to shed light to the many things that were being vocalized about people within the conscious community, and he had a purpose, a reason for what he was saying. Now Kevin did explain this information, and it was a good explanation. It made a lot of sense. And not only that, but he acknowledged that if he offended this man, then he did apologize. And not only that, but he gave the man an opportunity for them to be able to vocalize and speak about these things. I don't know if they ever went through with that conversation, but he did highlight that he wanted to, you know, speak his terms of acknowledgement to how this man felt. Okay.
Why
So
he
what?
was gossiping. I don't know, girl. I ain't even watched the whole thing. I just said, bro, I ain't even keep responding to Kevin. That he clearly he's delusional as hell. Or he's just a
No, he's-
compulsive liar. You
No,
know what
I
I'm
think
saying?
yeah, he's definitely a liar. And there's so many images that or just instances of things popping in my brain right now. When I talk about this situation, so many memories come up about different times that he lied in my face. But he would swear up and down that I was a liar. Like I'm the liar. Like I'm like, what would I have to lie? Now his birthday situation was completely, you know, there was a lot of things that I was trying to put together for him. So he might want to say, oh, I lied about this and that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's get into that because I brought that up on my show when I was calling him out on him being a bad man, man in a relationship. So let's go ahead and explain to people what happened on your birthday so he can't say I'm making it up.
Right. Well, I want to see. This person said he is more into men, so that means he's gay. I never said he was gay.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that he's gay because he obviously was with me. I'm not saying that. I just believe.
You're not saying he's gay, but you're insinuating that he is. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we do this to our men. You get what I'm saying? Like, why are we suggesting that someone is gay and then in the same sense say, I'm not saying he's gay? Like, what is that?
Believe that, you know, he probably maybe has experimented with men, or maybe he's, you know, maybe he likes men and he likes women. Like, I mean, what the fuck? If that's what you like, that's what you like. But I'm not saying he's strictly gay. That would be stupid because he was with me. But I mean, I don't know if it's just a cover up or if it's just him.
Honestly, I'm gonna keep it real with you, sis, because I'm in the community. I know they're called trades where I'm from. I'm from Florida. Right. I don't know what they call them in New York. I know. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. But where I'm from, we don't even call them bisexual. We call them trades. They literally entertain women. They have the most beautiful women on their arm. They be married. Plenty of. They look like the Family Guy, but they fuck boys, or what we call them punks on the low.
Mm-hmm.
And that's strange that if he couldn't even, you know, perform,
right,
that he even had to look at porn, even though he had to, you know, and then it's possible you saw two guys. That says a lot, because you remember Dwight Howard, his story just came out. Dwight Howard got a whole text message, a thread of text messages asking another man to see his dick, and then in that same text messages he said, "I'm not lying." That's why he's getting sued now. But in this text message, even though he's asking another man to show him a picture of his dick, he literally says, "I don't want you to think I'm gay or anything. I'm just nasty." Even though
Dwight Howard situation, whatever the case may be with that situation, it is of no relevance to Kevin. They are two different people, okay? Dwight Howard and Kevin, they were childhood friends. They went to high school together. Dwight Howard helped Kevin as far as a business movement. It had nothing to do. It didn't have to do anything with any sexual gathering or sexual agreement. Why is this? If he's not gay, why are we suggesting that everything that he does, everyone he encounters, seriously, the hypocrisy? Like, what are we doing here? You're stating that everything about him was in a gay manner. What are we? Y'all, I'm just so frustrated in this.
No, what he's doing would be considered gay.
Right.
And if he's sleeping with trans, that is gay. I don't care what nobody say. You know that is a man dressed like a woman.
Right.
Or, you know, so
Right.
it's gay. I'm in the community and I don't have a problem just telling the truth and stop playing games, you know?
Right.
So
Right.
You know what I can't stand when people say, "Oh, I'm a part of this," or I'm a professional in a certain thing," and all of a sudden everybody is just supposed to believe what they are saying. No, that's not how that works.
So
Right.
it
Yeah.
speaks volume if this man had to look at gay porn to perform with you. Because that
Right.
means maybe he was reliving something. I don't know if this around the
Mm-hmm.
time he already met Dwight Howard or what, but that's
This is doing nothing but showing your own insecurities. To say that there's something wrong with the man looking at porno has anything to do with his performance towards you. It's only screaming insecurity. Insecurity. Some people are just into watching specific things. It has nothing to do with you. And the fact that you do feel like it has something to do with you, that's a you problem.
that speaks volumes. But let's get back to
Yeah.
the birthday thing though.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get back to that.
Yeah. What did you want me to
Oh, go ahead and tell what
Yeah, you
happened.
could.
So what you did for him on his birthday and what he did to you on your birthday.
That birthday was crazy. But basically, just to back up everything, as far as this is clarifying my timeline for me. Like, I don't care about nobody else. But for me, if you're not my man, I'm not doing anything for you for your birthday. Like, point blank, period. I don't care if you're a best friend. I don't care if we've been friends since high school. Like, if you're my man, you're gonna be treated like my man. Like, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna go above and beyond for you. For his birthday, I made sure that he had a spectacular event. Like, I mean, planned everything out. I didn't get no help from nobody because this is what I wanted to do for him. I had his birthday at 2 Chainz restaurant. You ever been to 2 Chainz bar lounge restaurant in Atlanta?
Girl,
Oh no, you're from Florida.
Yeah, I'm
right?
from Florida, but when I go to Atlanta, I just be in and out. My girl be wanting to go to all them celebrities. We was trying to go to T.I.'s restaurant. We was trying to go to Candy. She be trying to go to me. I be thinking them shit's overrated and overpriced. I don't even like Atlanta like that.
Yeah.
So I before the dude went viral. Doing I forgot his name. Damn, what's the little man who went? Babe, what's the dude who went viral for doing food reviews in Atlanta? The boxer. He the ex-boxer dude. He real popular in the
Escobar.
I forgot his freaking name. The boxer dude. He's an ex MMA fighter, but he went viral for exposing restaurants in Atlanta, and Candy restaurant was one of the ones. The old lady games. Yeah, but I forgot his name. But before he went viral, my girl could
Keith
tell you.
Lee. You talking about Keith
Yeah,
Lee?
Keith Lee. Him.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith Lee. Before he went
Andrew
viral
just
telling
said
the
Keith
truth,
Lee.
I've been knew the truth for years. And I remember my girl, we went on what was that last year, the last time we went on a little vacation in Atlanta. She can tell you I hate eating at Atlanta. It's overrated, overpriced. Everything you got to pay for parking, you got to pay to sit on the curb, you got to pay for everything. So Atlanta's just over fucking rated to me, honestly. So
damn.
But go ahead, sis. My bad. I ain't mean to get that. I think I just had a flashback of all the money I spent.
Oh, nah, you good. You good.
It was cheaper to go to the Bahamas when we went to the Bahamas than the Atlanta trip seemed like to me.
So all the money I spent in just one night.
So yeah, go ahead and speak on that because I'm trying to paint a narrative so people can see what kind of man Kevin is. I'm telling y'all, he's literally a user.
You're trying to paint a narrative from your perspective to make someone's character seem worse than what it is. That's what you're doing. That is literally what you're doing. But I got some insight on this topic right here that they're speaking of. We're going to go ahead and let her finish real quick.
Oh yeah, he's definitely
a user.
I didn't realize this until after I had came to my senses, and after speaking to my closest friends, and it just went downhill. But for his birthday, I made sure he had I don't know if you're familiar with sections. When you rent out a section in a lounge, in a typical lounge and wherever you live in New York, you got to spend at least $500. That's just to secure the section. People go to these sections, they buy sections, they get bottles or whatever. I don't know how many. I think Callie, if Callie's on here, I think we had 3 bottles in that section. So each bottle is $250 each. Now that's not even including the section. The section is $1,000, but it was $500 for the deposit. So I already dropped $1,000 in the section, and then you still have to buy bottles. It's not like they say, "Oh, you got the section, and then now you good. You don't have to buy no bottles." It only came with 1 champagne bottle. But if we wanted to, get like liquor, whatever other liquor, then we had to order that separate. Food, all that. And it's crazy because we had matching outfits. I had our outfits made, custom tailor made to both of us. Like his measurements, height, weight, shoes. He had a Ferragamo belt. I bought him a new Ferragamo belt. He had red bottoms on that day, all because of me. Like when he stepped there, he literally came. I came with all his stuff. Here, put everything on, right down to your hat, everything that you wore that night, even socks. So I had matching outfit. We had the section. Dwight came in. The lady coming over, she like, "Oh, so y'all ready to check out?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then she's like, "Oh, is it going to him?" And Dwight was like, "Oh, nah, she got it." I mean, literally closed the tab out. Didn't even need your millionaire friend. Your millionaire friend that could have been like, "Oh, Shaw, let me take this," or "Let me help my brother out for his birthday, my best friend," or whatever they said they was, right? And I got him this weed cake. This weed cake was fire. It was created like a book. So, and it was infused with weed. Like the cake alone was $400, just the fucking cake. So it's crazy,
No, it sounds like you went all out. You gave him the birthday of his dreams. He wanted to be a celebrity. He wants to party like a rock star.
Okay, everybody, let's get this understood. When you do things for people, understand what you are doing them for. Are you doing it to look good, to impress, or to show, or to flex? Or are you doing it genuinely from the heart? Because if you were doing it genuinely from the heart, then there will be no need to feel as if somebody owes you something for it. You feel like he owes you something for what you did for his birthday? If this is how I feel, thanks but no thank you. If you're gonna do something for me in order for to hold it over my head or to make me feel like I'm in some type of debt for you, then I don't want it. I don't want it. And we have to stop doing this to each other and to ourselves. If it was something that you generally did not want to do, don't do it. Because that is the mindset that you place somebody in when you're stating, "Oh, I did all of this. I went all out and all this and that and all this and that." And just to throw it in his face, that's why you did it, because he's my man and I'm gonna do all of this and go all out for him and everything like that. He didn't ask you to do that. It should have came from a pure place. It should have came from the heart, right? So why is it that you're keeping tabs on the prices? I understand keeping the tabs if you want to make sure you stay within a budget, but you kept a tab on these prices just to basically show and tell what you were capable of doing. Not to see if he even generally cared for any of that stuff. He was excited, yeah, based upon what you were saying, but he could have been excited for you, for showing your appreciation, for doing what you did for him. That doesn't necessarily mean that he needed any of those things to feel validated. You feel like in order for you to be validated, he has to show appreciation for you to doing these drastic things.
He wants to look like he's more successful than what he actually is. So it seemed like you gave him the birthday of his dreams. He felt like a celebrity, a rock star, one of the A-list that day. That's what he really wants,
And he felt good because Dwight walked in. Once Dwight made the setting, everybody like, "Oh, Dwight over there in the section."
The attention was on Dwight.
The attention was over, in our section.
Seems to me that the most important thing to him was people he cared about. They were there in celebration for him. That's the thing that he cared about. He wasn't trying to look famous or like a celebrity. It was you that created the entire outlook of the whole thing. Remember, you said you did it all by yourself. You didn't ask for any help. You didn't have any help. You did everything. So it was you that created this look that now you want to portray that he's trying to perceive.
But even after doing all that, he still wasn't happy. He still wasn't, it did, but the manipulation, all of that came into play after. Like, he got upset with me because he didn't get everything he wanted for his birthday.
He was unhappy because he seen the white messing with girls or talking to girls. That happens too. If they have a secret love affair, that happens. Sometimes they get too jealous.
Right.
They really.
And you know what, Toya? Thank you for that, because it's been a while since I've been in the club scene. But I think we've all had a night or two where we've experienced a booth and a bottle. You get what I'm saying? So she's trying to dramatize it out, and for what? You know what I'm saying? If you wanted to do this, if you wholeheartedly just wanted to do this because this was your man, he owes you nothing. He owes you nothing at all. You didn't include him. You didn't ask him how he may have felt or what he would have preferred. This was all on you. So if you're upset, if you have any regret, it's your problem.
They be wanting each other, but they got to put on the front. Like, I'm telling you, I should write a book. I literally should write a book about some of my friends, my homies, adventures. Because they would literally be fucking your man and be best friend, and you won't even know.
And that's how I felt with them too. Like, no shade to the white, but I always felt like that.
Well, we know white's gay. We know he's gay. We know he denied it for years. But he was forced to come out because he got sued. So he was forced.
Yeah. So he had to, like that whole thing. It's so much information. Like, it's overload because I had my kids over there. Like, it's not like I'm just there and he, my kids came to Dwight's house. Like, we was over there. Like, it was a family affair.
Yeah, we gonna get to that. So, but hold on, I'm gonna finish this part real quick. So what happened on your birthday?
Oh, my birthday, he left me in Atlanta stranded in some fucking West Bubblefuck. I didn't even know where I was at. And this is how I lost my best friend. Me and her, my other best friend, me and her, we were friends for years. And he threw me a surprise birthday party. I'm gonna give him that. He definitely did. But it was like, I didn't know what was going on. So I come to this house in Atlanta. It was an Airbnb. And all my friends are there. Like, he did that. That was great. He got my friends there. Like, no problem. Great. But it's like Kevin he's so mean. He don't want y'all to see this side. What? He's mean. Like, he's fucking mean. Like,
wait, real quick. Have he ever raised his voice at you? Real quick.
Yeah. What?
Okay, I was just checking because Jamie said he never raised his voice at her.
He was screaming at Jamie on the phone when
Girl, we ain't dumb over here.
Okay, let me say,
but I just want
to.
No, you can go ahead and tell it. You heard him scream at Jamie before, right?
He was screaming at Jamie when they had the sheriffs at her house about to kick her kids out in the street.
About to knock the kid in this. That sounds like an eviction.
Listen, I think
was she employed?
I don't know what she was. I know that I gave him I gave him $1,000 to pay the rent, and I don't know what happened to that $1,000 because clearly the sheriff was at the house knocking on the door, and I questioned him about it, and he was just like, "Oh no, we paid him, but the guy, the lawyer, he got everything mixed up. The landlord has stuff mixed up. We're gonna get it squared away." But in my soul, I knew he didn't use that money to pay the rent because why? I'm not stupid. Why would they be there trying to kick her out?
Why is there two full able-bodied adults who have kids who can't keep a roof over their heads?
Exactly.
Just like there's a grown man, Callie, who's going around stating that he was looking for a man for 2 hours, and everybody feels like this grown man is a victim. How are you looking for somebody who you said was sexually sending sexual body suggestions towards you? How do you feel like somebody is responsible of your wife whose car needed to be towed from their home and you weren't nowhere around. How do you feel like that? How do you feel like that? But not only that, let's just continue. I got some more about this part right here, but I'm gonna let them continue real quick.
Exactly.
Who are capable of working.
Right. But let him tell the story. He knew what he listen, he screamed at me in front of on my birthday weekend. My birthday weekend was supposed to be this beautiful weekend that he put together where we was supposed to be having these activities. I mean, I don't think we did not one motherfucking activity. I think everything we did was in the house. Like in this Airbnb that he got. Now
did he pay for the Airbnb? Tell what happened with your
tell
what happened. Go ahead, sis.
Because I have the messages. You know, I got
sis, I'm not worried. Kevin is a liar. I'm not worried about anything,
receipts.
but
I
didn't repeat the whole story because Kevin said there was a standard. See, I can't tell your story for you. I have to actually put you. It's his standard because it doesn't work that way. Because Tasha K reports stories all the time, and we don't know who be telling her information until she decides to.
That's not true. Every great journalist knows that they have to have information to back their stories. And if your source is not ready to speak out, then you don't necessarily speak on the topic. You might highlight how you may have some information coming out soon, but you don't speak on the topic if you don't have the source already to place out in front of everyone. Great journalism.
To interview them, right? But I'm gonna just live by his standard on how to properly be a YouTube content creator.
Okay,
so I told him, I said, if she comes up, I'll let her talk, bro. And you ain't gonna have no excuse after that. So go ahead, talk about. Did he even pay the Airbnb?
No, and I'm not gonna.
Go ahead.
He's silly. I'm not gonna mention my friend's name because
me
and her, we don't talk no more because of this situation.
Tell her talk to me. I get y'all back cool. But go ahead.
Yeah, I miss her as my friend. I lost a really good friend because of him, and it just a lot of stuff just fucked up because of him. But she apparently the way he had this whole thing set up, because I didn't know nothing about it, it was a surprise. But apparently the people that was coming to the Airbnb, which was my friends, they were supposed to be paying to stay at this Airbnb. Now, if it was my best friends, I didn't ask Dwight to pay anything for your birthday. So if I'm throwing a birthday for my man, I need to cover those expenses. The only thing that your friend.
So you didn't do it for yourself. You did it to hold him obligated to a level that he may not have felt like he needed to stand to. You did it for yourself. You wanted him to spend all of this money on you. What is this called? Bragging rights, I would assume. You wanted him to spend all of this money on you. So in order for him to do that, you did it first. See how manipulation works? You don't even realize that you were trying to manipulate this entire situation. But that is what it is. That is exactly what it is. Because it didn't go the way you did his birthday, he was wrong. That's exactly what you're stating.
Friends should be bringing is gifts. Okay? That's how I think in my head. But he made...
Right. That's how you think in your head. Selfishly.
My friends pay for this Airbnb that he had. So I didn't know what was going on. I'm just there. I'm going through the motion. But the second day into the weekend, hold on.
Now you mute your mic, sis. All right, family. As y'all can see, my suspicion that I'm not the only person who that's suspected without knowing. I didn't say the nigga was gay, but I clearly said he gives vibes. The first person, I forgot which friend she said it was, her first interaction, first impression, she thought it was gay. Shy's not really sure what she saw, but she's convinced that
bringing on people to your platform to further discuss and in a insinuation does not determine a person's sexuality. It really doesn't. You still have no logical proof of him being gay. Him having sex with his ex it doesn't determine gay. Her feeling a certain type of way about certain things and characteristics does not determine that he is gay.
Said it was 2 men, and Kevin wouldn't even turn the phone to show her what kind of porn he was watching. Even though that says a lot, because I mean, I know couples like to watch porn to get a little turned on, to get a little kinky, especially if you got a lot on your mind, you stressed or something. But to literally, while you fucking looking at the porn, like to get, that ain't a good sign, bro.
That may not be okay with you, but some people are okay with the porn videos and the sexual activity. Just because it's not a standard for you does not mean it's not a standard for others. That does not determine his sexuality. Yet again, it doesn't determine anything. Yet again,
bruh, that ain't a good sign at all. He too young to have erectile dysfunction, so he can't blame it on that. He too young for that.
Not erectile dysfunction.
Hey, that's too. I mean, he way too young.
Another insinuation, you guys. Like, what are we doing? This behavior has to stop.
For that, that's something old boy from HOK has to deal with. But I ain't gonna mention his name because it ain't. That's not what this show is about. But he's 60. He has to deal with erectile dysfunction. That's why his wife went and got her another boo.
Right. Right.
Got her little side nigga allegedly because of erectile dysfunction. But Kevin too young for that. So why is he looking at porn? That would have made me feel some type of way as a woman. Like, damn, you don't find me attractive enough. I'm not sexy. Like, my vagina. Rain. Hey, let me show y'all this damn cat. I'm sorry. 30 seconds. This damn cat.
Okay, I'm gonna learn something new, y'all. Dropping the link. How do I do it? Yes, Toya, she just going by he say, she say yet again. Is no factual evidence whatsoever. They have nothing to stand on at all. Just toxic, bitter exes. And I don't mean to sound insulting to the female, but that is exactly what it is. Like, what are we doing? I don't know how to drop the link. Let me press the invite. Copy. It, for some reason, is not letting me paste it. Let me do that too. These women are a trope. Like, the thought process is just so ill. Like, for some reason, it's not letting me paste it. Y'all, again, I say I am new to all of this. I thank you guys for your patience too and your understanding as well. But we're going to get through this. We're going to definitely get through this. Let me see something. For some reason, it's just not letting me do it. Let me figure this out. While I figure this out, I'm going to let it play for a little bit.
This is Rain, y'all. When y'all heard the cat screaming in the video, is this say, hey, Rain. Say, I like to aggravate my new mommy. Okay, you done? You said, hey, now can you leave? This cat, she just jumped her ass on my damn desk. Baby,
I just put my puppy out because she was doing way too much. I
actually have a dog. That's my girl cat. She just adopted that cat maybe 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
but I'll tell the story. Maybe let her tell the story why she got the cat and why the cat name is Rain. But it's a nice little story. But I'm not gonna say it way. But I just want y'all to see me. Y'all seen me jump. It's because that damn cat just jumped on my fucking head. So she can say, "Hey, bitches," and she told me Kevin Wesley. She thinks Kevin Wesley is gay too. That's what Rain just told me. Yeah, Rain told me she thinks so. She said something about the filters and changing his eyes green.
Yeah,
yeah. He said he never.
You just said that he was not gay, and that you were stating you never stated that he was gay, but now you're stating that he is.
Did that?
Yeah, I was the one that was editing the pictures though.
Oh, you was editing the. Have you ever changed his eye color for him before?
He taught me how to do it. He taught me because that was one of the things that I was kind of weirded out about. But he said that it was because it just looks better, when you kind of, I guess, fix the picture over because he's content creator. So I don't know, but he does that with Jamie and the pictures that they have. Sometimes when I see them pictures, I'm like, I already know he used the Face app because that's what he was using with me. So I already know none of them look like that. Jamie don't even look like that.
Jamie look unhappy. She looked like a woman.
Yeah, she's
definitely
definitely unhappy.
She clearly her face is giving settling.
I'm just like here because
for real. Because she came for me. I got to be crazy because I don't believe her husband's lies. Now you can say you don't like me or whatever. Oh, they not. They would what? They not what? What you say again? What you say?
No, I just said I don't know nothing about no marriage, but
you don't know his paperwork. You don't know.
I don't know. I've never seen.
Oh, okay. We don't know either, girl. We ain't gonna never find out. He won't tell us. I tried to bait her into telling me, but that hoe ain't bite. I tried though. Like, who got the papers? I asked her.
She got Kevin back. She gonna have his back.
Girl, it sounds like settling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I never really understood the situation.
But I just want to make sure because he said he never changed his eye. He gave a whole hour speech on how his eyes is light brown and that they are lighter brown when the sun shines. So he never changed his eye color. Even though me and my audience in Cali clearly looking at a picture of him with his eyes green. So you ain't gotta put no receipts. We looking at the picture and he telling his audience that he never changed his eye color on his filter.
Okay, because he definitely does.
So you ain't got to. But yeah, I don't want to say it because I know you push.
Okay, so this is the thing that I also had. I had an understanding that even if you put a photo inside of something that's regenerating it to make it look different, it can also change the color or the lighting of your eyes. But that's just how I felt about that, and for them to bring about that as if that is still, it's not gay, like.
Push it for time. You remember I told you I'm gonna make sure I respect your time because I know you gotta work.
I appreciate
you gotta be a responsible adult and provide for your kids like everybody else and not beg for cash apps or lie and say you're gonna use the money to feed the homeless and shit.
Right.
And
he never did none of the above.
I know that motherfucker didn't. Sitting up here
all the times that we was together, we did nothing. We did nothing but smoke. We did nothing but go out to eat.
Oh,
weed.
Oh, is that drugs? Is weed drugs? Considered drugs?
I mean, marijuana. I don't know what they call.
But it's considered a drug. It's a drug.
But he did ecstasy too. Like,
he did. Oh, so he did E. Oh, that's definitely
he did
a drug.
E.
Mm-hmm,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, unless he didn't swallow the shit, but we went, and this is the thing. I don't know who these people are, but I don't want to say nothing about these people. But we were in a setting where it was Dwight Howard, some other people, us, and that was something that was given. And these Hollywood people, they do that. That's the norm. That's not. Yeah, that's not nothing abnormal. They just like, oh yeah, there's some E. Like just like if you drinking a cup of orange juice, like you're just doing that. So I mean, yeah, I seen it. Like, I mean, but he don't want nobody to know that.
Yeah, he told my queen, I like to call her my queen, but we call her Queen Thrones. But not my queen like my girl. Cause I remember one time I said maybe I should start saying that for people think I'm dating Queen Throne. But
Oh,
Queen Throne is another content creator that we support each other. That's my sis and on the internet. And he told her that he never did a drug a day in his life. Even
he
though
said
I knew he was lying, because the reason why I don't fuck with him no more is the interview he did on Sinetta's channel. And I'm like, watched the interview, nigga. You literally told Sinetta you do DMT and mushrooms. Now, if you don't want to
yeah.
call mushrooms or drugs, that's cool. If you want to say that's more herbal or plant, I give you that. But
Yeah,
DMT
maybe
is
that's what
definitely a
he's
drug.
thinking.
No,
Maybe that's what he's
DMT
saying.
is definitely a drug.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, but he told her he never did a drug a day in his life. But he keeps telling his audience that I'm just lying on him. I be making up shit. And I'm like, Kevin, I literally will put the receipt before I say anything.
He
Like, and
said
I'm
that he
like,
said
come on,
that to
Kevin is a piece of work. So like,
but
he's
did
such a
he say that
disappointment.
did he say that to who? Like
He's at the Queen Throne. He told Queen Throne because she on her channel. You don't know who that is, but on her
no.
channel, he told her he never did drugs a day in his life.
That's interesting.
He said he only do herbal stuff, natural like mushrooms and
So
stuff.
he doesn't he said he never smoked weed, or he just
No, he
saying
didn't say that because to him, weed is not a drug. But I'm just letting you know by
okay.
but DMT is definitely a drug. That is
Yeah.
that is not something naturally found in nature. They have to abstract that and
Right.
name it chemically, name it what it's called. But
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is a drug. So and it
Yikes.
yeah, and it alters your state of mind. But yeah, I want to go. So with the birthday thing, he didn't pay for the Airbnb because I don't want to like I said, I don't want to get too
No.
sacrificed.
No,
So
yeah, it's like my friend that was involved in the situation. I guess he was supposed to collect these funds from everybody at the end of the birthday weekend or whatever. So the day of, which was so everything happens on the 27th because my birthday actually landed on a Sunday, and we were supposed to check out of the Airbnb on Sunday on my birthday, on my actual birthday. So I guess he was trying to collect the money before we left. But the day before my birthday, me and him got into a fight. And my best friend at the time, she was telling me like, he's asking us he's demanding money from us. And it's not the amount that he originally said we had to pay. So when she told me that, I was so disgusted because I'm like, how dare you ask my friends to pay to come here? Like, you should have just handled everything. Like, they should have just came out here and enjoyed my birthday. But like I said, I didn't know none of that was going on. So I didn't know nothing about the money. I didn't know nothing about everything. So once all of that shit sizzled over, my bestie at the time was like, I'm not paying him shit because of the way he's treating you. So basically, the way he treated me the whole night.
Okay, so I've been trying to do the copy in the link V, and for some reason, it's not giving me the opportunity to do it. I wish I would have loved to have someone up here. I would love to have you up here. Like, that's really the movement. But what she's stating here, basically, and see, I hate situations like this where you also have those entitled friends as well who feel like, oh, well, because of how I feel, I'm not going to do this or I'm not going to do that. Sometimes in friendships, we have to understand the sacrifices that we may have to do in order just to help out or lend a helping hand. But both of you two females are clearly entitled, and y'all feel like somebody owes you something, and he's supposed to treat somebody a certain type of way in order for you guys to have any respect for him. And that's not even fair. That's not fair at all.
Night before my birthday, like, I mean, just arguing with me, and they literally had a powwow with me outside in the backyard. Like, Callie, Angie, my bestie, that's Callie's wife. My friend and her husband at the time, like, they was all outside, like, saying like, you need to get away from him, like, he's just treating you bad, like, this is just not working out for you. And just basically telling me like, yo, you need to
So they all had a powwow with you behind this man back. They all wanted to speak with you behind his back. If they felt like he was the problem, then why is it that they didn't speak anything to him? They didn't try to address anything to him. They came to you with this information. And that's the thing, that's the problem. If you see something is wrong with the person, go to the person. Clearly, he's not seeing it the way that it's being perceived to everybody else. If he's the problem, go to him. What's hard with that? Why are we going huddling up together to have a conversation about this person? And Callie, you're supposed to be his friend. You get what I'm saying? Why are we doing this? Why? For what reason?
Like, so you want to know what that was though? Because he's such a bum. It's the oldest trick in the book. He purposely started something with you so he can throw his hand. I'm not paying for shit to get mad. It's the oldest trick in the book. I know a lot of bum ass motherfuckers and women too, and men too. They do that when they supposed to be buying their girl a gift or anniversary, Christmas coming. They so broke. Right. They are so broke. Right. They will literally make it seem like they finna go, oh, we gonna do this, or I'm gonna take you there when it's time to take you to the restaurant, or when it's time to pay the bill. They'll start an argument and then use that as the excuse why they're not paying. They're mad. But that nigga was broke, girl. He ain't had no money to pay. He was hoping that your friends was going.
They was gonna cover the whole thing. So
we see what they did was they turned this all around on him when it was actually the toxicity of everyone else. Everyone is aware of where they stand about this man without his knowing. So everyone has a judgment about how things are going, and they're not making him aware of how they feel. He's not on the same page. So all of your assumptions are one-sided and not fair. What are we doing? You guys, and it's like a sneak attack or something where y'all just came together and talked about this man. So now from this point on, everything that he does or says is problematic. When you're the one that's the problem, you created a situation that he was unaware of and made him the problem of it. That's exactly what you did.
The next morning, they, rolled out. He said he was going to take me. He said he didn't want to be with me anymore. That day, the day of my birthday.
On your birthday. On my birthday. All you did for him. He dumped you on your birthday.
He definitely dumped me on my birthday and told me that he didn't want nothing to do with me and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, so you're just gonna leave me here? Now, mind you, he drove me there. It was like an hour and some change out of Atlanta. I didn't have no vehicle. I didn't have nothing. So I drove out there, but everybody else had their designated, my besties, and everybody came in their vehicles and they left. So I literally was there with him. I mean, he arguing with me, it was just so nasty. I mean, he looked like the damn, I know we can't really say what a devil looks like, but I'm gonna say he just looked like pure evil. How could you treat someone like that on their day? And he kept saying, he kept telling me, your day, it's a fucking another day. It's another fucking day.
No, bitch, it's my day. Just like it was.
He's right. It is another day. And what you did leading up to the situation, how did you get him out of pocket? Why were you mistreating him? Let's talk about what you did to make him so upset and so aggravated to the point where he wanted to leave. You felt so entitled because of what you was holding over his head unknowingly to him. The things you did for his birthday, and turned around and said, oh, for my birthday, and in your head, you're automatically assuming that this is what he's going to do for you because of what you did for him. Everybody's coming to you and telling you things about him. You're adding that to the situation. Now, once you have this type of perception in your mind, you're already treating him in a light. Let's talk about the behaviors that you may have portrayed in that situation that led to his frustration. No, we can't talk about that because it was your day, right?
It was your day when I made you feel like you
you were special.
Prince off of Zamunda for fucking coming to America when I had you feeling like royalty, nigga. Yeah, it was your day. Now it's my day. So motherfucker,
So
I'm
he
sorry.
just,
I'm sorry.
oh no, you
I feel
good.
like I was one of your friends that was there. I would have been cursing his ass out. Don't you
Right.
be fucking ruining my friend's fucking birthday, you broke ass.
Right.
Just say you ain't got the damn money and you'll pay us back
Exactly.
later. I would have
Right.
called that nigga out for real.
Right.
But go ahead, sis. I
So
just can't stand fuck niggas. But go ahead.
no,
sis.
I got you. So after all that happened, he was basically telling me he don't know how I'm gonna get home. He was just like, you need to figure it out. And so the owner of the Airbnb came. So I guess their agreement was that he was.
Here's a lesson for a lot of entitled women. No one owes you anything. No one owes you absolutely anything. Being a gentleman is part of the nature of a man. They can do it or they can not do it. If you're mistreating them and not giving them the respect, then they owe you none at all, regardless to whether it's your birthday or not.
Was supposed to walk through the Airbnb with him and I guess close out with the payment and then we good to go. So the guy, he basically argued with the fucking owner and was telling him like, you didn't tell me I had to pay this and this and that. So the owner was like, listen, you owe $700. If you don't close the $700 out, I'm calling the cops. Like it turned into some other shit. So I'm like, listen, you need to pay this man or you need to figure something out because now I'm stranded. And I think that with all the way he was
again, because it's about you, because you're stranded. Everything was about you. His birthday was about you. Anything you did for him was about you. Now, your birthday is still about you. The way he treats you because of your misconduct is about you, right? And his clear frustration about the entire situation is still about you, right?
Manipulated me, screaming at me, cursing at me, throwing all my shit in the bag, throwing all my clothes in the house. The owner of the Airbnb was really concerned for me. So
he was acting aggressive.
Yeah, he was very aggressive.
Throwing your stuff. You would think he caught you fucking a nigga or something, or cheating or something.
He's crazy.
All because y'all got into an argument. Okay.
Or on my birthday.
On her birthday.
On my birthday. But so what happened was the owner ended up like, you know, he was consoling me and he just said, look, I'll take you to the airport. I'll do whatever you need me to do. I just want you to get away from this man. I want you to get away from this situation. So Kevin, I got in the car and I was crying in the car.
See how everything caters to the female and how it's easy for us to fall into victim mentality. We could be the literal cause of a fire. And because somebody is walking or ends up in the midst of the situation, it's easily for them to assume that we are the victim because we are acting in a state of emotions. And if a man acts in a state of emotions, they are already assumed as the aggressor. He was upset. And it's okay for him to be upset. He had every right to be upset. He dodged a bullet with you. I ain't even gonna lie.
And the owner was like, don't worry, I'm gonna make sure you're safe. And you know, you gotta think about it. Another thing that was crazy too is like, if you've been rocking with me for 2.5 years and you're just gonna leave me in a car with a stranger. Like, I understand he's the owner of the Airbnb, but it's just the fact that you felt comfortable letting me go in this car. That man could have took me somewhere, down somewhere, raped me.
You see the victim mentality? Went from crying, now the Uber driver can rape you and all type of stuff like that. And because you've known this man for 2 years, he owes you. No, respect it's a mutual thing. You had lack of respect for him, and it's never a good time for a woman in a victim mentality for a man to be able to say, I'm done. Enough is enough. Whatever. You get what I'm saying? The relationship was clearly toxic, and it's a lot of people in this world who can bring out the worst in somebody. Clearly, evidently, this is what we're seeing right here.
Me and discarded my body. Nowhere to be found. I'm not saying that the guy was like that.
No, I get it. He was a stranger. I get what you're saying. He was a stranger.
So when you're single, do you get in these Uber cars and have the same mindset? When you're single and you walk down the street somewhere, do you have this same mindset?
And you felt okay with that. You were just like, okay, well, listen, I'm sorry this didn't work out and we're not together. So, well, I'll see you later. And just basically walked off, got in his car, drove away. And I'm in this car driving an hour to, you know, the airport in Atlanta. So, and then the shit was crazy because when I got to the airport, it was so much shit going on. I missed my flight, my connecting flight that was supposed to take me back to Virginia. So I had a flight that was supposed to take me from Atlanta to Florida, a connecting flight, and from Florida to Virginia. But because I got there late and there was so much shit going on with what he did to me that day, I missed my fucking connecting flight. So guess what? I was stranded in Atlanta overnight on my fucking birthday. I spent my birthday by myself.
Seems like all of this was your fault, if you ask me. And you need somebody to blame. Because he wasn't the only one in the situation. He wasn't the only one there. You were there too. You were a participant in how everything went out and went about. Let's highlight some of the things that we could have done wrong in this situation to make someone feel so upset. The fact that you weren't properly communicating. And I don't know if he was properly communicating, but in his defense, he was clearly upset, and it wasn't for no reason. So we can't sit here and play, or I was just being an angel, just sitting on my hands and doing nothing, and he was just acting crazy. No, that's not how that works. He clearly was responding to something that you were saying or doing. And not only that, but it was clearly, and it was just adding and piling and piling and piling one situation from another. That's clearly what was happening.
Or at night. And guess what? You know what he did? After all of that, this nigga calling me. Because I told Callie, I told Ange what happened. They was just like, well, where are you? Do you know that the Airbnb owner, he was like, look, we could get you a hotel room. You'll be good. You know, you could stay here. The airline was able to get me a hotel and they worked it out. So everything kind of worked out. But it was like, I was still in Atlanta by myself, you know, and then he gonna call me and say, oh, I'm sorry about everything. The
enablement of our society that caters to our thought process. This is why it's hard for a lot of females to rethink and reevaluate certain situations, because it's so easy to get things done with a victim mentality. They felt sorry for you, so they got this done. They did this for you. You know,
where are you staying at? I'm gonna come to the hotel and bring you dinner. But didn't you just break up with me?
Dump me, nigga? You fucking bipolar ass nigga. And then on my birthday, ain't no dinner gonna fix this nigga. You like so
he was given a moment to make amends, and now you feel.
I'm telling
let him tell it. Even after y'all broke up, you were trying to do everything you can to get back with him. Like it was you wanted him bad. Let him tell it.
No, I actually showed that in the other live, because I think with the original live, the original video I came out with, that video really came more so from a place. It wasn't about me being scorned or upset that we weren't together. It was the fact of the matter is that I did so much and I didn't get an apology.
Yeah.
You felt like he owed you something. What was the point in you doing it in the first place if you were just gonna hold it over his head? It didn't come from a pure place. Like, stop doing that. Stop going all out, quote unquote, for somebody just so you could turn around and say, oh, I did this and I did that. And in a moment of me mistreating him, how dare he respond angrily?
If he would have just came to me and said, you know what, I'm sorry. You know, I did all this to you. I'm sorry you lost your friends. I'm sorry that you lost your things, money. I'm sorry all this occurred. What can I do to fix it? Like, nobody wanted to be with you. It wasn't at that point. I don't want to be with somebody like that. Like, why would I want to be with somebody like
I
that?
literally kept telling that nigga what you did was you ran on the internet and just said, I dumped. He pride himself too, girl. You should see him when he be making videos about you and his other exes. He poke his little chest out. I dumped them. I dumped them. He just so proud of himself.
I would be proud too. Honestly and truthfully, I would be proud too. Because in the moment of getting to know somebody, let's think about this from the time frame of his birthday, where she went all out and spent all this money and everything, and they had matching outfits and this expensive cake and the bottles. You did all of this. So the whole time frame between that, it was just so nice and sweet, and we had no problems except for the suggestions of everybody coming to me in my head and suggesting that of his sexual orientation to be gay. So now I'm having this thought process as well. And so everything he does, I speculate he gets offended, and I'm questioning why he's offended, because that seems gay to me too now. And then now on my birthday, it doesn't go as I intended, and I had nothing to do with it. I didn't even give him any insight on what I wanted per se. So it went completely wrong of what I had in my own head, even though I didn't suggest anything. And I mistreated him and acted a complete emotional fool. And I got upset with him because he responded with it, because that's crazy for you to respond because you owe me, because it's my day.
Stuff like, nigga, that
But it
doesn't
wasn't
make
even
you look
about
like.
it wasn't
No,
about
I'm just saying
who
he
dumped
thinks
who.
that it justifies, like, oh, I dumped them. I didn't want them. No, you're literally showing us that you're an asshole.
Yeah.
I see no asshole here. It was completely justified. You may be beautiful, but you definitely, you got some healing to do, you know, like you got some toxicity with it. You know, you're seeing things from a one-sided trait. It's very selfish, you know what I'm saying? And a successful relationship, I don't see how you think that was gonna work with him or anyone else.
Yeah,
But you want to give relationship advice and be a relationship guru. That's why
his relationships are successful. He's married. He has 2 beautiful wives. They have children together. And they've been together for years now. So yeah, no, he can kind of give advice.
Your brother and his ex, because you bad at what you do, bruh. Because you're not a good example.
Yeah.
You don't even know how to have a healthy relationship.
His brother X is also a toxic woman who needs a lot of help mentally. If we're comparing, you know, if this ex feels that she's anything close to what his brother LaTruth ex-wife is, yeah, they both need counseling ASAP. Seriously.
Ain't nobody buying that fairy tale with you and Lacey. You can literally see Jamie's face. She looked unhappy. Lacey looked happy, but Jamie don't look happy.
Right.
So, but sus,
they look happy to me. And I think that you might be a little jealous, Neo. That's what I'm getting from that.
The thing is that
I'm telling you, he's so full of shit.
It's crazy because Kevin could sit up here, even if he responds to this, like this song.
That's what he gonna say. You scorn. I dumped her.
Do I appear scorned?
And I literally said all you had to do, nigga, was probably apologize to them.
You appear scorned, but y'all wait, please wait, because they're literally about to bring up the definition of scorn. Y'all just watch. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah. So first of all, do I look like I am at all in shambles or pieces?
Here he go. It was 3 years ago. What you still talking about it for? You must still love me.
But
that's what he said.
But Neil, this is great that you're saying that, because guess what? Since my first original video, have I ever said anything about this man ever?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So
and I reached out to you.
Me. So if I felt like keeping the wheels spinning, I would have been
Hey, I'm Chosen. Thank you for coming in, you guys. I am a new channel. I'm learning how the process of StreamYard and everything goes. Thank you guys for, you know, having patience with me. I really just wanted to get my perspective out on this situation. So I'm learning, and expressing at the same time. I really appreciate everyone for tuning in.
Keeping the wheel spinning from 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23. We would have
she
been
only hear Kevin because I asked her to. She ain't called me and said, "Can I jump on your show and talk shit about?" I said, "Girl, let's talk, sis."
Yeah, and it's
Let's
really
say-
on, and
let's
it's
talk.
really on some like clearing this up, because what he will not do, which what he tried to do last time, was make it seem like I was emotionally, you know, upset and I was scorned and all that. That's fine. He could say whatever he want to say, but the proof is in the pudding. So if you see in my life and you see how I'm flourishing, there's nothing that you could do to say that I have focused about anything on your life, or that I'm even involved in any type of ways to make you feel like you're this person that I want people to know that I was connected to you. I actually don't even want people to even know. I have people still hitting me up to this day.
The hypocrisy in this statement. You didn't want anybody to know, but you're here. You're here. And scorn does have a look. It's definitely your action, sis.
Say, oh, wasn't you Kevin X? I'm like, I don't even want to be associated with that. So if I really wanted to get any type of clout, I don't need to get clout off of you at all, boo boo. All you gotta do is just look at my page. I don't need clout from you.
Right.
Or I don't need.
But we're here again. We're here where you are acknowledging you guys had a relationship. Right.
Need anything from you.
This girl stay working.
Like, that's the thing. I had money, boo. You didn't have money. So what do you need? Somebody that what you need some help, boo. You remember you was about to be on the street. Your family was about to be on the street. But who saved the day? Who saved the day?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get into that. Let's go ahead, because you know, Jamie said she makes more money than me, boo. Hey, I don't know if she do or not. I'm just a truck driver, even though it's a chance I'm going to be switching careers.
Okay, so I know. What you haul? What do you haul? You doing 16?
Just 16. I'm talking 18 wheel truck.
18 wheelers.
18. You got me fucking up.
Oh, my bad. 18. No, well, that was my
I'm
fault,
a truck driver. I'm just a commercial 18 wheeler.
Like, so you be going to ports and stuff. You do.
Yeah, I be going to the ports. And I'll be pulling. Yeah, I do all that.
Okay.
And then I have all the endorsements. I can pretty much work any job.
Okay, so this is how. So you don't make more than Jamie. First of all, I have a business, a trucking business, and Callie knows about that. Ange know about that with my ex. I used to have, not Kevin, but my ex. I used to have a trucking business. All of that shit was in my name. I was about to get a house in my name for Kevin and fucking Jamie. Okay,
can you say that again?
A house in Atlanta.
They asked you to get a house.
You can tell when somebody is not used to something, because I have this, I have a business, I work this, I work that, and it's not something that you should be ashamed of, but at the same time, who cares? Who is supposed to care?
They asked me to get a house.
For who?
For him and Jamie.
And who else? Oh, and Jamie. Okay.
And my kids were supposed to move in 6 months later. Okay, so let's talk about, and I still have it. NACA. Everybody could look up NACA, the NACA program. It's a program that helps you get housing for, if you're a first-time homeowner and all that stuff. He couldn't do that because he don't got no shit going for him, and he don't have no good credit score. He barely got credit. So all that stuff, and you know what? I'm
right, V. I wanted to stop and acknowledge that. Hey, Ralph, how you doing? But V, you are right. Why? If he was so horrible, what is it that you liked about him? Because it just seems to me that if he breathed, that was wrong. Like, it just don't make no sense to me. Like, they're crazy.
I'm so glad I did not do that shit. Thank you. Because he wanted me to do that. And I'm telling you, them people was calling me, telling me that, hey, you're going to have to do this interview in Atlanta to get to come look at this house. I have the email still. And I was just like, something told me not to do it. Something told me just don't do that. Because that right there, that shit would have probably really set me back financially.
Hey, this the crazy thing. Just to make sure I have my facts straight. Didn't he ask you to do this after y'all went through y'all breakup and all the drama and shit? That he still wanted you to put a house in your name?
No, I think that was before.
Oh,
this
okay.
Was, this was
I got to clear because I wrote down. He asked her to do that shit.
And Kevin, I think that he did speak about this in one of his lives. He did give his side of this story. So yeah,
after they, because
Oh,
I was
nah.
like, okay, so I'm that was my mistake. I'm glad. That's why I said, let me know, honey, because
Oh
I'm
yeah,
human.
nah. That was
But I ain't like Kevin
yeah.
Wesley. I don't sit up here and blame people while I got the facts incorrect. You know, I
Mhm.
take accountability. Hell, maybe I wrote this shit wrong, down wrong, and I heard wrong. I
Oh
ain't
yeah, no,
Kevin,
it
but
was
I was like, I
before.
kept looking at my notes. I said, damn, did he ask her to do that after they broke up?
Oh,
So,
that would have been crazy. I would have been looking
oh
at him
yeah,
like,
but I wrote that down because I kept looking at it. And I was like, did I? You know, but I thought that's what you said, but I must have misheard you because I damn sure wrote that shit because I had my pen when I was on the phone with you the first time, girl. I was like, I
right,
was ignoring my girlfriend and everything. Baby, yeah, right. 1 second. No, this nigga
right. This is
shady as a
juicy.
motherfucker. So I had to put my girlfriend on hold just so I get them
Right,
notes, honey.
right. But yeah, no, that I already know what he gonna say, but I mean, he don't want to go toe to toe with me because I still got some shit under my belt that I've been keeping in a safe. So,
Yeah,
men, please be aware of toxic women. The ones that do things and keep notes of things just so they can throw it out in your face when you don't do something that they approve of. If you don't cater to their emotions or their toxicity, if you don't play in their favor, they want to hold these things to use as a weapon towards you. See how sick this is? But you want to say that you're not scored. This is what a scored person does.
yeah, you keep
I
it just
mean,
because he tried to try some shit. You keep it.
I've always, and that's the thing, I've always had the receipts, and I didn't keep those things because I felt like I was gonna. Because he told me, well, he told people, his people that follow him, that I was going to. I went live to ruin him or something like that.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
said,
That's his favorite go-to. I'm all of a sudden trying to ruin him too.
right, but there's no reason, sir. There's nobody trying to ruin you. You ruin yourself. Okay, now. At the end of the day, I didn't go on dates with you and take videos and say, oh, one day I'm going to use this against you. I didn't throw you a birthday party and say, oh, one day I'm going to use this against you. Sir, you was my man and I was your girl. So that's it.
But that's literally what you just said. How he doesn't want to go against you because you still got this and you still got that. That's literally what you just said. So what are you talking about? See, this is the problem. A lot of females do not think about what they are saying out of their mouths. You literally threaten this man not to say or have a stance contrary to what you are spewing out because you have things to hold against him and you're willing to just throw out here. That's exactly what you just stated.
It's nothing more, nothing less. If you want to live in this fantasy that you had me as an option, that's fine. You could do that. But receipts. So I have dealt with men that say, hey, this ain't nothing more than
you were an option. You guys were dating. That's what an option is.
A little one night stand or a fling thing. And I have that understanding. And guess what? I don't have fucking pictures with them. Like we boo-booed up.
Well, he definitely acknowledged that y'all were in a relationship. He acknowledged it, but he tried to make it seem like he didn't cheat on you, just like the woman in the chat. Like even with her story, I heard that she didn't really.
In the chat?
There's a person in the chat that I believe had a relationship. She's been saying, I think I don't want to say her name wrong. I don't want to make sure I'm getting them mixed up, but there's a lady in the chat. I think her. I think she had a relationship with Kevin.
Oh,
if I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, Tigress, correct me because it's a lot. It's a lot of names to keep track of. And Dwight Howard got a lot of big mamas, so even I be fucking up the names. But I'm not mistaken. I believe that she was probably in a relationship with Kevin at one point. So, but the way he does acknowledge that he was in a relationship with you, but he makes it seem like he was free to roam though. That that y'all wasn't exclusive. It was more like we gonna be friends. It's like a what's the shit that entanglement? It was more like an entanglement. Like with y'all, I don't think he used that word, but we all know what entanglement means now because of Jada Pinkett Smith, right?
Right.
So he was trying to make it seem like it was a relationship, but it was like open. He can still
It was a relationship where they were dating, where he was capable to date other people. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not an entanglement. See the ignorance in that statement? It was nothing of the sort at all. They were dating. He could date others, and there is nothing wrong. That's literally what dating is, and it is a form of a relationship. But in her mind, she thinks because they held hands in public or they walked or they took pictures, it was just them. No, if this man stated to you that he wanted to have a dating relationship with you and he wanted to be able to possibly date other people, and he stated this up front to you, and the fact that in your mind, because he's doing specific things, oh, that means it's only me, so now I have a right to be offended if somebody says otherwise. No, get out of la la land, love. No, that's not how that worked. He was up front with you just like the other men were up front with you. You just refused to listen.
He let you know that he is dating and entertaining other women, which in my mind, I'm looking like, ain't no fucking way she knew that. If she spent all that money on you on your fucking birthday, nigga, she thought you was my man, her man
Right.
only. Ain't no woman gonna be spending money knowing that you can get up and leave at the end of that party and go fuck another bitch.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so like,
right.
ain't nobody buying that, but that's how he tried to put it.
Ralph, from what they describe, of course, it sounds just like that. But this is the thing. And see, that's why it's so good to get you guys a man's perspective on things or their side of the story, because the way women are portrayed, they will make men just seem like they are the worst people in the world. And what honestly happened was that he was separated from his wife for some years. They were not together. He was dating other women in hopes of starting a poly relationship, like his current relationship that he has now with his two wives, Jamie and Lacey. And Jamie was the wife at the time that they were separated. They came back together with Lacey, and they have a successful relationship at that. And if it was with her, it definitely wouldn't have been anything of this great success. No, he was not playing games with these women. He was upfront and honest. And a lot of women have a tendency to ignore what a man is stating to them because they in their head, their voice in their head is louder than any logic. And they don't have any understanding because they get the treatment that is clear. I'm not going to say that they're not used to, but it's something that everybody does not offer in relationships. And thus they assume things, and their assumptions become facts to them. And that is exactly what happened in this situation. Right, V. How many men can she support and financially and date? That's a good question, because let her tell it. She was just throwing out bread. She the breadwinner, right? Okay, but none of them live together.
Put it to his audience that y'all were, but if I'm not mistaken, that person is someone who dated. So
look, check your message.
But okay, check my message.
Or I don't know how to do this. This is my first time. This is how
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay, because
but that's not who I'm talking about though.
But if you scroll up, yeah, I know it's not her, but if you scroll up and see underneath when a breakdown,
mm-hmm.
I know you see that comment.
You talking about, yeah. She said you talking about her? Yeah, I know she's been supporting my channel, but I've also seen her challenge Kevin on her page. She said that I think she donated some money. Like I only gave him like $30 or $40, but she gave him, I think she said 500 or something. But it was but that's not who I'm talking about.
But whoever this comment is she saying something about me lying because I'm using my hands? Or am I
I
confused? Am
don't
I not
know.
misunderstanding her
Aaliyah, see how
comment?
she keeps looking off, talking with her hand. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't reading her comments.
No, because that stood
Maybe,
out to me. And then I'm like, what are you talking
girl,
about?
please. I don't know.
And
It could be fucking Jamie. Who the fuck knows? But I remember this person. I've seen the name Queen Royal challenge.
oh,
And I've been using my hands too, so I don't know. But I haven't. They
but
don't be.
that's how I talk. I'm from New York,
Yeah,
so we
I'm gonna
talk
say
with
I
our
don't know.
hands.
That's
Like,
definitely not a dead giveaway. Somebody's lying, but we
right.
know a dead giveaway. Somebody lying is when they won't let you talk. They overtalk you,
Yeah, they
or
overtalk
they
because they
run and
want
tell
to.
everybody you're crazy and don't show no
Right.
receipts and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't know.
Oh,
But
That's literally what NeoX does. Kevin went on her panel to have a discussion about these things, and she literally was muting his mic, over talking him, the same thing that she's saying right now, but she's holding what he did to her because he was only giving her the treatment just so that she can see how it feels. But in this scenario, you can't show them how it feels because it's so easy to be the victim. They forget what they do. I think she might even acknowledge it, but she's not gonna give it the same respect and say, you know what, you right. I did do that to him. And so in turn, he turned around and gave me the same treatment. You know what I'm saying? That's not acknowledging that in that light.
she's saying that's what Kevin is gonna say. And she's
oh,
absolutely
okay.
right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yes.
sis usually, because I seen her. If this the profile that I can remember, I seen
but
her
she's
challenge.
right because he
Kevin.
was saying that to me in the video that he interrupted me in. He was telling everybody, like, when he went to go dissect my video or something like that, where he was saying that. But that's just how I talk. I always talk with my hands. That's just, that's just how I talk. You can't, there's other indicators of things that you could say somebody's lying. Like, okay, but if you want to say that, then we could just pull up the receipts. I mean, if you really want to go there.
He's always saying that. But if on Tigress, if you ever want to come and tell your story, sis, I've been trying. I can't see every comment, y'all, because they do go. I have to look at her, look at my notes or whatever. But I believe that she said, I think I seen her comment say based off the timeline, she wasn't with him around the time you were there.
So Tigress? This Tigress girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
He even asked me to help them get. He said he ain't never asked me to help them get a house. I don't even know. I didn't even know he was married, because if I did, I wouldn't have been.
No, so they've been divorced though. So Jamie and him, from what he told me, have been divorced for some years. Now I know he's gonna say I can't remember what he told me, and I'm not gonna try to remember. I just know it was prior to 2016. I just know they had been divorced for a while, but he told me that Jamie wasn't in the picture as far as him being, sexually involved with her. He just said that she don't do it for him. Like, and it's not something that, I mean, and shit, if he was just saying that just.
So let's throw shade, sis, because that's what we do on top of all of the deception, all of what I've said. Let's throw shade. Let's do that.
To make me feel better, which some men do that. Then he was, I'm not saying that's how he really felt about Jamie. Like, maybe he didn't feel like that, but maybe he was playing both sides of the fence. That's the only thing I could think of. I just know.
That's the comment. No, that's the comment. She said, "Yeah, I'm the one with the $500 though." Yeah, I remember she challenged his ass.
Because with the whole thing with the donating stuff. Now, around the time that me and him, when he was flying me out, because he was definitely flying me out, and he was definitely
can you address that? Because he called himself trying to challenge me on that, and I'm like, nigga, I'm just telling you what she said. You, around the time you was asking for money for tube food, you told, because you remember I send you money, and then you send up here trying to make it seem like I'm some damn scammer, and I literally keep telling you to be patient. I have to go find the email, which PayPal, because it was not the same account. I wasn't even using Cash App at the time. I gotta find it, and I literally told your ass it was only like $30 or $40. You the one who chose to send me $100. Right. Now, maybe you was trying to shut me up, bribe me, or flatter me. That wasn't gonna do it. I'm just gonna use the money to get a camera, update my camera.
Right.
But you chose to send me $100, nigga. So I took it as a $70 donation for all these videos I've been making about your ass. So I got
Yeah,
paid.
right.
But I
Right.
told you should have only sent about 30 minimal. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But he sent it, but she still ain't showed me the receipt. Nigga, you ain't asked me to send it when you sent the money. You going
Now you held this over his head, and that wasn't. I mean, they do the same tricks every time. You held it over his head, and now that he sent it to you, plus some, now that's still wrong. That the fact that he acknowledged that he sent it to you, that's wrong. But it was you that was holding it over his head. I sent you money. I donated this. I donated that. You guys, you have to stop doing things and saying that it's from a place of your heart and only doing it in turn to weaponize. Like, this is so toxic. If you generally did it because you cared, why is it a problem now? Why is it a problem now?
you gonna ask for the receipt after you send me the fucking money? But I got it. Just look it up. You are my Facebook friend. My first name is Tanisha. Go look for the last name. Look to see if somebody named Tanisha Blade Squaze sent you some money around the time you were asking for tube food. But I don't recall it being Cash App. Like, I'm literally telling you, I have like 2 different last names. One of my emails I can't get into, but I'm working on it, buddy. So, and I'm gonna show you which Tanisha I am. Okay.
Right. You gotta let him know, sis. You gotta let him know.
Yeah, because it wasn't that much. Like, I'm literally trying to tell him, like, nigga, I felt inspired by your story when he did that. Ain't no God could kill me. I was like, that's right, Kevin. That's right. That's right, Kevin.
You was
You know
into
what
his
I'm saying?
story.
Yeah, that shit inspired the fuck out of me, bro.
Not for nothing. He's a very good man with his words. Like, that you can't take that from him. He's good with his words. So, you know, with the fact that he knows how to talk to people, he knows how to interact with people, he knows how to use his words, he knows how to manipulate conversations. Of course, you're gonna be, you know, confounded to his ideas and his you know, his
right.
It's like,
the man did not lie. He had cancer. He had to eat tube food. He didn't lie to you guys. You feel like you were manipulated, but those were facts. Those were actual facts. You guys are emotional. This is what it is. Now that you disagree or don't like something about somebody, all of a sudden he manipulated you into feeling bad about cancer.
like, it just happens, you know, and it's nobody's taking that from him, but it's just the just the appearance that you're trying to make someone believe you are when that's not who you are. Like, just, you know, just be who you are. Like, if you a scamming ass nigga, be a scamming ass nigga. If you know, people that rob people, do they tell people they're not robbers? I mean, they're not gonna go openly and be like, yeah,
you are literally the scam. What you did in the beginning of the relationship was splurge on him in order to be upset because he didn't give you this. You, according to you, didn't give you the same treatment. You are the scam. You scammed him. What part of that are you not getting?
I rob people, and just like a liar, not gonna say, oh, I'm a liar. But if you want to be who you are, meaning however you want to conduct yourself, this whole poly thing, whatever, because that's another thing. He thought I wanted to be a part of his poly shit. Like, sir, I don't even, okay. I don't need you to make me feel like I need somebody to pay my bills. Because my thing is, I don't even understand how y'all was supposed to do that when y'all was all broke. And I was the only one bringing in, I was the only one with 2 incomes. So I had
he was broke, but you expected him to pay for your friends and the Airbnb, to do all of these extravagant things for your birthday, right? But he was broke. Your words, not mine.
My trucking business, and I had my bread and butter that I'm still at for 10 years. So I'm not sure how I would have even fit in this equation. Would I be taken care of by you, or would it have been just you using my money to get your shit off the ground? Because that's what it seemed like it was going to be. a situation where I was just helping, or I was, he was using me for whatever he needed.
Hey,
Shit, I don't
hey,
know.
Callie, if you still watching, bro, check your phone. But yeah, so all right, so let's go ahead because I know we pressing for time, and I appreciate you giving me more than an hour. So I know that's what we agreed upon, but I appreciate you giving me more and
Oh,
just
you
telling your
good?
story.
We in the thick of things. So
Yeah,
we
because he
good,
literally,
girl.
like, when you kept asking me, I was like, sis, I ain't take no notes, but I can give you a gist of what he's making it seem like you're just scoring. He poking his chest out, letting everybody know about all the women he don't dump.
What's the definition of scorn? Like, what?
Let's look it up.
Let's look up scorn, because
Okay.
I'm confused.
They call me bitter, and I be telling them, yeah, I'm bitter. You niggas left a bad taste in my mouth. That bitter aftertaste. So if you want to call.
Thank you for speaking out the truth now. We've already known that you were bitter, but thank you for acknowledging it, because this is definitely giving bitter.
I can't scorn because I can't lay in the bed with his funky ass and the women. What scorn about what?
Yes, you're scorned because you can't lay next to his funky ass. Your words, not mine, sis.
That way he gone. That's what they always go to anytime a woman.
I don't know. It's just so. I just want him to address the lies. That's all. Like, can we just address the lies and the money?
If I was him, I wouldn't address nothing that you have to say. I know that he's probably going to make a stance for himself, as he should. But you're not getting it. You're not seeing it. And with Neo, it's not helping at all. And she just stated she was bitter. So it's no help to you, babe. There's no clarification in this situation whatsoever. But we're going to bypass the fact that she just stated that she was bitter. And the fact that you're still going along with the conversation. You have to understand, if somebody is acknowledging their state of mind, you have to realize they're not going to give you anything beneficial to help you. They're not, because she's bitter. And we're going to go further into her bitterness too. I got a lot about her.
I want to get back to that flight thing, because it's something he accused me of doing. So hold on.
I want my money. I really want my money. If I could get my money.
All right, y'all. Let's look up scorn, because they're going to try to take this down. The feeling or belief that someone or something is worthless or despicable. Contempt. I do not wish to become the object of scorn.
Money. Yeah, scorn.
Scorn,
the feeling, right? Or belief that someone or something is worthless.
In other words, what you are portraying right now, you're literally scorned, but it doesn't play in your favor, so you're going to try to take this off the screen, right?
A despicable, contempt. And here's another: to feel or express contempt.
To feel or express contempt. Scorn. You're literally the definition, but it's not going to play in your favor to do this one. Okay.
Okay. He tend to scorn.
Derision for. I'm trying to see.
So
you're holding him in contempt of your emotions. That is scorn. You're literally defining what you are doing right now. But because you disagree with this definition, you're going to go to another one. But it's literally identifying what you guys are doing right now.
I was trying to see if it's another definition. Let's type woman.
Oh, look, it was right down there. If you scroll down a little bit more, I think it said, go down a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to score? What is that? Scoring someone? Like,
when basically what scorn is when you're expressing or you're demeanoring someone, you're basically talking crap about somebody based upon your own feelings. You're holding what you call proof against this person to further portray out a character. What they're doing right now is literally what scorn means. But this is what happens when you have women who don't want to be accountable for themselves. They don't want to acknowledge the things that they are doing and how they are at fault.
I don't know if that gives us more not worthy of respect or approval.
See, that you think someone or something is not worthy of respect or approval. You're mistreating him. You don't feel like he's worthy of your respect. and it's all based upon feelings, because everything is a one-sidedness. Your own perception of how you feel like you should be treated without consideration of somebody else's feelings. And because they did not respect that, not that they didn't respect you, they did not respect that, because everybody wants to be respected. And he's not a character in your life. He is a person. He has his own feelings, and he has a right to acknowledge these feelings. because he didn't deny himself, you feel like that was wrong to you. So now he's not worthy of any respect. That's not fair.
Let's do woman scorn, because you know,
Yeah.
just look at it. I mean, because you know that's how they like to
Goofy.
use it. It ain't nothing like a woman scorn.
Scorn, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever since I let my friend use my, I don't know why my Google keep coming up like that.
Up about the funky comment because yeah, he used to be so far up that nigga's ass. He didn't even wash his own ass some of the days.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Wow.
But you dated him. But you liked him. You felt some type of way when he wasn't groping you.
So this nigga dirty too. Wow. Used to refer to someone, usually a woman, who has reacted very angrily to something, especially the fact that her husband or lover has been unfaithful.
Okay, so
this is what it's saying is you're reacting to something in an angry manner. And see, because these women have a one-sided thought process, they can't identify angry as in what they are doing now. This is what you consider an angry response. This is what you consider angry. This is angry. I need you to understand that angry isn't necessarily breaking out the windows of a car, because you know a lot of women do that. This isn't necessarily putting sugar in the tank, because you know a lot of women do that. This is angry as well. What we're going over right now is literally what angry is as well.
Pause right there. Now, reacted very angrily to something. So me just going on Facebook, speaking my truth, was I acting angrily?
It was your truth and not necessarily the truth. You're tarnishing this man's character based upon a one-sided perception. Yes, that's angry. That is an action of anger.
In that video?
Oh, I don't recall. I seen 2 videos and it seemed like you were just wanted to drop the receipts and let people know that he was a user.
You got receipts to drop on someone. That is the behavior of a scorned person. Did
I come to his house? Because to me, examples of a woman scorned is somebody rolling up to his place of residence, busting the windows out of his car, flattening his tires. I mean, angrily, we're talking about an emotion that is uncontrollable, something that is outrageous, something that
yes, you lack discipline to let go and move on. That is exactly what it is. Angry is most definitely an emotion that you're responding to in this instance. This is what you are doing. This is the response of anger, literally scorn.
That you're doing that is just out of this world. And I haven't done none of those things.
It's out of this world to be on social media, on the internet, where things cannot be deleted, to tarnish someone's character or name, to place out personal information, to basically talk smack and trash and disrespect someone. Now let's just envision if somebody was to if he was to go around and say that you was funky. How would that feel? That would be hurtful, right? He would be dead wrong to say that your funky ass was laying up in the bed, he would have been dead wrong, right? But that's literally what you are doing. So yes, scorned.
I didn't even talk to that man on the phone after that. So where's the scoring part? I need him to like understand the definition because, I think you muted.
I was. So it's the same bullshit these hotel hustlers they do. They literally to silence women, to keep us from telling the truth of who they are. They always have to just dismiss it. Oh, she just mad at me, so she's saying things. Like right now I'm covering a story right now where a man's wife, his third wife, his Wi-Fi wife, literally saying that he beats her ass in the first wife's ass. Now we know she ain't tell us he beat the second wife.
Right.
Her husband literally got on there and said, well, you know how women get when they upset. And the girl was like, nah, I didn't lie though. You know what I'm saying? But it's the thing. They just want to dismiss the claim. The only reason why she told your close friend that you was beating her is because she's mad at you. Or it could be fucking true. You're a wife beater, nigga. You know?
Right.
But they be always trying to say that just like Kevin Wesley and some dude who I just ended my friendship with him. They literally trying to say because I had so many bad experiences with men, I'm bitter and I'm mad at black men.
Now she just said that identified that she was bitter, right? Okay, so then now she's gonna contradict herself, but y'all, it's so hilarious what she about to say. Well, it's not even really hilarious, but I'll let it play.
And I'm like, no, I got plenty of male black friends that love me. Plenty of them.
Right.
I just don't like fuck niggas, and I can't stand bad men. Every time I come across one of like a fucked up nigga or a nigga that's like, a Kevin Wesley, this is what I hear. I'm a bad man, not ashamed of.
Oh my God.
That's the song that pumps in my head every time I hear them niggas talk. I'm a bad like Kevin. I'm like R. Kelly, perv ass.
So what did you want to know about the tickets? What did you want to know about the tickets?
Oh yeah, so he keep trying to explain because I'm like, nigga, you asked for food money, and I remember I don't think I seen the second video. The one I saw, and I might let me know because it was in 2019, like it was a while ago.
Yeah,
but the one I recall seeing is I could have sworn he was like still in the hospital saying he can't eat solid food, so he has to eat this certain food designed for him. He called it tube food. Now there's another.
Okay. When Kevin was going through with his cancer stages and his treatment and everything and such, he did make videos stating as far as his progression. It was a time where he was only eating tube food. And then there was a time where he was eating tube food and regular foods. Now, you can't get any type of logic from these two females because both of them stated earlier how they felt that he wasn't supposed to be eating at all because he doesn't have a stomach. But let's progress.
There's another video of clips I seen recently of him saying it in a car. But I swore the one I saw, that nigga was like still in the hospital saying he's gonna need what he's gonna need because he can't afford the food. He said the food was expensive. So that's what motivated me because after I seen the infamous
y'all, on an average, I did look it up, and what I got was the minimum was about $33 a day of eating tube food. If you calculate that for 31 days out of a month, that's over $1,000. So yes, that is an expense. And to me, it was great that he would request a donation for that from his followers than for anything else. At least he wasn't using the money to mishandle it, to do other things as such. But of course, these women, they're going to try to portray that in that lighting. But trust me, I got y'all. I got you. Keep watching.
The infamous God, there can't no God kill me video. I was inspired. So
right.
But he keeps saying that he never told his audience that he couldn't eat.
he definitely did.
I know look at me. I heard him say that.
There's a video of him saying it.
He keeps saying that he did more than one video. If this is that chick, Tigress, if it's you, I need you. You don't have to cut on your camera. But before I let you up, I have to make sure you're not porn bombing me or whatever. So cut on your camera. They can't see you. Cut on your camera and wave at me, so I know that you are a real person. So before I let you up.
Oh, thank you,
Okay, I see.
Tigress.
You can turn it off.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you see her. Okay, so
Oh
you
no,
can keep
she
it
had
off.
made she had made a comment. I'm just not reading it. I'm trying to get used to looking here and looking at the comments.
No, you good. I just want to make sure she's a real person before I let her. Cause girl, somebody showed me they dick before, honey. So
What?
yeah, sick motherfuckers, niggas. It was niggas. It was a nigga. That's
Oh
what it
my
was.
god.
So, but
So you wanted to know about the plane tickets because of?
Yeah, because he kept saying around. I'm gonna put you on the mute for a quick second. 'Cause I just want to get this part straight. When he was asking for the food or whatever, I know, I swear, I thought I heard in one of your original videos that he flew you out around the time he was still asking for donation, and that he paid for your ticket. You did.
No, it's in my video.
Hey, Andrea, thank you for coming through. I really appreciate V Bennett. Shout out to the V Bennett channel. Everybody, please go show this brother some love. His people, I felt so welcome. I felt like family. I really appreciate y'all for having me on yesterday. You guys are amazing. Ralph, Aldrea, JTV, Brother Maya, amazing people. Amazing people. That Neo X also tried to tear and tarnish these men down. And I'm coming to show you guys that this is a pattern. But with her, it's a pattern.
Video. I have the receipts from the video from me like flying out. I paid for my own shit.
Oh, so I heard wrong. Okay, then damn. I could have sworn you said he flew you out. So okay.
Oh no, but I got flown. It was 2 different times though.
No, when did he fly you out?
He flew me out all the time. It was just one time that I actually flew myself out.
He flew you out all the time, but he was broke, right? Which one is it? Which one is it? Can't make this up.
There.
What time is the one he flew you out? Is that around the time he was asking for the soup?
Yeah.
Okay, I was girl, because I was like, damn, Neil, you slipping, bro. You
fucking No, what you're talking about is the time right when we went out to eat at the place in South Carolina. Well, North Carolina. Because he wasn't in Atlanta yet.
Would it have been better if he asked her for the donations of the 2 food and not fly her out and not see her? Would it have been better for you then? Because I'm not understanding how you're making this seem as if he's such a bad person because he was requesting help for 2 food because he lost his stomach due to cancer. Like, what are we not getting here? I'm missing the whole point. What his relationship with him and this young lady has nothing to do with the care for his body. They were dating. Yes, he didn't ask, and thank goodness he didn't ask her for too much, because the things that he did ask her, look how she's dragging it out. You really didn't care about this man. You wanted him to fly you out, spend money on you, do this for you. Let you treat him any kind of way, but when it comes to the care for his cancer, the care for his tube feeding, when it comes to, the care of him being a gentleman, with all of this going on, to still try to respectfully pursue you. I digress, y'all. Y'all getting the point, right?
He wasn't there yet. So when he flew me out, he would fly me directly to, because he would drive from, North Carolina to Atlanta. But when we went to that restaurant and he was on the video going live telling y'all that he needed 2 food, we just came from eating. So I didn't know what he needed the 2 food for.
He kept using that video to say, look, family, listen, I said I can still eat certain foods, but I need the 2 food for nutrients.
But he was eating, but that's the thing. We was both vegan. So shut up about nutrients. Okay. That's don't have nothing to do with that.
He can't keep up with his lies. He literally can't keep.
Yeah,
the whole time I was like, when you vegan at that time? That's what I was thinking. Like, girl.
So because I had with the whole timeline. If you look at that video, you'll see the video, the timestamps of the flights, the timestamps of his video, and the time that he aired the video when I was in Carolina. So it's right there. Nobody's finagling nothing like that.
Yeah, because I thought I was tripping. Like I could have swore you let us know that nigga paid for your flight before.
Yeah, he flew
like
me
he's
out
still
there.
asking for donations and shit.
Yeah. Oh no, he definitely was asking for donations when he was flying me out. Because what he was trying to do was he was trying to make it seem like he could take care of me or take, every time I went there, he took care of my food. He paid he paid for us to go out to eat. Like,
he was trying to make it seem like he could take care of you, but he was actually showing effort and actually doing the taking care whenever you were with him or around him. But you stated that he was broke, sis. So which one is it again?
We was always out eating. Callie knows this. My bestie Angie knows this. We was always going somewhere. We was always doing something. We was at hookah lounges. We was all over Atlanta. Like, that's what we did. I knew when I came there, we was going to be doing that. It's not like I came there and I was nurturing him and nursing him back to health and feeding him. There was nothing like that. He was up and at him, getting dressed, moving like he ain't never had no surgery. So in my mind, I just didn't understand. I don't know. It just was weird to me.
Yeah, that nigga was saying he kept saying how expensive the goddamn food was. So the woman who they claim hate black man so much, I was trying to make sure we help him out. Because he inspired me. But I'm just gonna pause for just give me like one, because Callie just texted me something. So I just want to ask, you wanted to say something real quick, Tigress, just real quick. Then I want to get back to the interview with Shy. Did you want to say something? Because from my understanding, you used to date Kevin.
Yeah. So respectfully, I refer to my fellow ladies as queens. I'm not a chick. I'm definitely a lady.
Okay,
but
I got it. I got you.
Understood. I appreciate that. But I don't really have anything to say. I just got the impression that you wanted to hear from me. And so I was just confirming, since I told Callie that I would come live, just to confirm, since the comments were rolling through and you didn't see my.
So she's gonna come in and show some of her scornness as well. And mind you, I think she said somewhere in this that she was on the Beehive side. It speaks volumes. It really does.
My immediate answers to your question. Yes, we were in a relationship, but based on Shah's information, our relationships did not overlap.
Yeah. So with Callie, from my understanding, he just told me it would be a good idea to because I never seen any videos of you. You never, and you can test that me and you never had a conversation before. We don't know each other, right?
No.
So I'm not aware. I've literally just found this out through Callie, that there is another woman who Kevin has had a bad relationship with. And are you the lawyer lady?
I am, yes.
Okay, and are you currently suing him, or is that somebody else?
All
right, so yes. You are the one he told me. So that's all he pretty much told me about you. He just told me it would be a good idea for me to interview you. So yes, I don't really have any questions for you yet, unless we talk on the phone and you tell me what you feel. If you ever wanted to use my platform to tell your story. So I reached out to Shy, and Shy, let me know that at first she was like, but then she was like, let's just clear some shit. So Shy just definitely wanted to clear her story so Kevin can stop running and crying, saying that everybody's making up shit about him.
Yeah, and lady to lady, this is my first interaction of any type with Sha. Yes. I hate that you experienced what you experienced, and I imagine you feel the same for me. But I don't have any type of ill feelings or anything like that because I didn't know about you, and you probably didn't know about me. And again, it's based on
now, mind you, this moment right here is a moment of showing her entitlement as well. We've already seen Shy's entitlement. Now we have hers. They both have a sense of entitlement as if somebody owes them something. It doesn't matter whether you knew her or not. Like, what? And the fact that she was before or after all of this is because they have a sense of needing to feel relevant in anything. That, okay, keep going.
On the timeline now, it was given to me. That's what I was telling Callie. I believe Amora mentioned it, but she may have mentioned it unintentionally, mistakenly so, that our relationships overlap. But I'm at least glad to hear that our relationship.
Amora has been very deceitful this entire saga. So she definitely did it on purpose. Let me go ahead and highlight that.
Did not overlap, but we definitely had similar experiences. And
do you mind telling us why are you suing him? Do you mind telling us what's the lawsuit for?
Yeah, so we actually had a contractual agreement with Dun & Bradstreet. My company has been, it has been around for much longer than Kevin's at the time, and thus more credit worthy. And he wanted to build credit through Dun & Bradstreet. And so I was his business coach in that regard. And Dun & Bradstreet would not allow him a payment plan. He needed a payment plan to pay the fee that they had. And they suggested, you know how when you do anything else, you can get a cosigner. And so effectually, I agreed to use my business, not my personal credit, but my business credit to cosign the payment plan for his credit builder plan with Dun & Bradstreet. And he defaulted on that. And so that money is due to me.
Now, I don't know a lot about legal things, and she says that she graduated from law school. But when you co-sign for somebody, you legally sign that you would be obligated of anything if they were not able to contribute. So would you have a case in that stance? I don't know, but I would say no. Because that's literally what the contract was for of co-signment. That's literally what you signed, that you would pay it.
And I believe, I don't know the exact amount unless I look at the paper. I haven't looked at it in a little while, that specific amount, but it's about $2,000. In addition to, he needed to get his car fixed, and I allowed him to use a business account that I had with Advance Auto, and he was supposed to pay it back within 30 days, and he did not, and so he owes that money as well. He likes to tell people.
This is another thing. It's literally the same thing that Shy has done, but in a different scenario, where you do things for somebody and you hold it over their head as if they owe you. You're doing the same thing, literally. Now, I'm saying if he pays you back, great. But as far as legal wise, these were offerings. I don't know how this would stand in court necessarily, but and I'm no judge. This is strictly my opinion, and this is not to demeanor or seeing less of what she is stating. But as far as consignment to anything, you are legally obligated to pay for any financial obligation as well. I don't know how that would stand in court if you legally agreed to do that for this person if they were incapable or unable to meet the terms.
Well, that someone is evidently helping them out. That the statute of limitations has run out, but I paid attention in law school, so it is what it is. So and then there's also the defamation, because he has put on all his platforms, he's called me loose, that I was effectually like his jump off, and none of that is even remotely true.
This is not of his character. I have yet to see these statements in regards to her. I'll take a further look, but I'm pretty sure that this is in the perspective of her own understanding and not necessarily what he said.
Can you give us the year? Can you just so just in case another female is watching who was involved with him, so just in case
I
they
wanted to
overlap.
ask
What year was
the question?
that y'all were exclusive? Go ahead, sis. Go ahead. I wanted her to give the timeline, but you can ask her real quick.
I just wanted to ask her something real quick. Have you ever been to Dwight's house?
No. I didn't know him at that. Yeah, so we were done by the time the white stuff happened and all the stuff that you're talking about. I don't know anything about that.
Because I feel like he told me
all of that.
I feel like he told me about you. I feel like he told me
the timeline
about you.
is Tigress.
He may have.
Okay, so Tigress, you dated him first,
right? So you would have been immediately. Yeah,
right after but he told me something about this situation, but I didn't know. Yeah, because he said it was a group of people. He didn't say it was one person.
I mean, I'm a beast, so I'm like a group. I'm like a little gang. I'm like a little gang.
Okay. But yeah,
so it's a lot of things going on with that whole situation, and your admittance to a gang affiliation, Miss Lawyer, it speaks it speaks levels on your intellect. Like it really does. It really does.
But what year was that though? What can you just give us? So was it?
So that would have been 2018. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 2018 for you and 2019 for Shy. I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
All right. Yeah, because he gonna like Kevin good to the dumb of
it's for
but
hours,
he know how to slither his ass out some shit, bro. But he good.
Yeah, but so the I've already been interviewed by Amora, and then my information is already
about. Okay.
Right. So my information has already been out there. So it's mine is date stamped literally with not just like text messages, but like literal records. And I mean, it makes sense because that's how I roll. That's my career path. So I keep records like that. So aside from text messages.
V, she does not have a case. I hope she knows she does not have a case. Latoya says, this lady has been saying she's suing Kevin for months and it hasn't happened either. If you look up her name in Google, she's not even allowed to sue anyone anymore due to many lawsuits. I can understand why, because if you feel like you signing in a legal contract stating that you are co-signing for someone's debt, that's literally the statement of, if they are not able to pay, I will be obligated. You have no case. Now, if he pays you back out of goodwill, great. But if he doesn't, you have no case. You literally don't. You have no case at all. Like that, from my understanding. You get what I'm saying? I'm not a lawyer, as she stated she is. But I mean, that's just common sense. I don't know how many people would actually hold that in court and actually take a look at it. It was like, well, she's a co-signer, so what is she talking about? Somebody was gonna have to pay it. She signed stating that she would. Thus, you paid it, and you feel like he owed it to you. But you guys were in a relationship. You trying to add business to it? No. And that's why they always tell you, don't mix pleasure with business. And that's literally what you did. You're at fault at this as well. You should take accountability for your actions, learn from them, and grow. Literally grow.
And things like that. And much like what Sha said, when you're in a relationship, you do relationship things. You're not doing it to keep a record.
Right.
So it's going to come apart. Right. So I'm gonna have
you're not generally trying to keep a record, but you have one, right? That's literally, how many times did she say she had receipts?
I'm gonna have text messages with him saying, hey babe, and he played himself because he started posting our text messages. And it shows him saying, hey, queen, hey, love of my life, all this kind of stuff. Well, how is that if I'm your jump off, my brother. So it doesn't make any sense. You're posting it. You're a stupid.
See how you take things in your mind, because he's speaking highly of you to you. You assume that the relationship is something other than what it is. I'm not stating that it wasn't, but what I am saying is, don't let your emotions confuse your logic. Anybody can speak kindly to you in a respectful way or even in a flirtatious way. But with logic, you're still supposed to have an understanding. You know what I'm saying? Don't just assume. And some people are leading. I'm not saying that in this case it could have been leading, but at the end of the day, when you have that question, don't just assume. Ask, what does this mean? I want to be clear. I want to understand. Does this mean that we are progressing in another light? And if not, just let me know so that, you know, my emotions won't overpower my logic.
Confirming everything that I've already said. So,
right.
But yeah.
All right, y'all can go ahead and delete Gene. We don't need no Kevin supporters over here, honey. You can take your ass on. Go.
Shout out to all the supporters that went over there to crowd to rain on their parade. Shout out to y'all, the real ones.
Go ahead and block Gene. Kevin, Jamie, or Lacey, or whoever delusional.
But yeah, I guess the only other thing I was saying is, and I wanted to make sure that it didn't come across as any type of shade. I just really hate the fact that it seems like you all, to be completely honest, I'll be completely honest. Kevin and I were definitely in a relationship, but I'll be the first one, based on the things that you're sharing. I really feel that you have more knowledge about the potential gay dynamics of Kevin's life, because from my end, I believe, and again, this is not about shade. This is not about comparison. I know that scam artists.
It's about
yeah, because I know that scam artists, they have to change their hustle with each person they come across. You know what I mean? So with me, the hustle, it was not about that aspect. He really, and Callie can confirm this as well, his hustle with me was evidently on that, really getting his business legitimized, getting his credit business, getting his business credit up and coming up like that. You see what I'm saying?
You portrayed yourself to be able to you claimed of having all of this information as far as business wise. So why wouldn't this be a topic? Why wouldn't he want to be interested in something that you have claimed to have an offering towards? And everybody's speaking to Callie. Callie is a horrible, horrible friend. He went behind this man back to different women speaking against his character. Look, Kevin, no, you got to cut the grass, keep the grass cut short, because snakes, man, they in there. They will lie and deceive or do anything to tarnish your name. And this is exactly what is happening. Callie went to her, then went to Shy, and was speaking behind your back about all of this. And unbeknownst to you, I can predict, because I don't think he came to you at all about any of these concerns that these women might have had about you. So not only did he leave you out in the cold and the dark about these things, but he also helped to build a perception and an assumption in their minds. That is manipulation. That wasn't fair to you or them, that he would do something like that so carelessly. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I believe. That's aside from the regular relationship stuff.
Yes, Toya. She said she was a B, and she said gang. The affiliation, the acceptance of it. I'm telling you, with everything that was going on in the saga with Robert and his ex-wife, if they ever come down to any RICO charges, she has just incriminated herself. Miss Lawyer has just incriminated herself. And this is what I need people to understand. There's a difference in learning something and actually understanding what you have learned. Because if you understood what you were learning, you would have never made that statement. I don't care how light of the gang affiliation or the whole process of it all may seem to you. That is just something that you don't tie yourself to. And not only that, but it's bad for business. It really is.
I not ever saw him on porn, but that on gay porn, but that doesn't mean that he was not on it, because I would, he could do it when I wasn't around him. And then also keep in mind that he was traveling back and forth from Savannah, Georgia, from the things that I knew. You see what I'm saying?
So did he make it seem like that he was planning a future with you? Did he give you that impression? So that's part why you feel comfortable enough to trust this man with business affairs, right?
Correct. And and not only that, he had met my family, he had met my mom, and Brianna has confirmed as well, because I knew about Brianna, and I met Kevin with his brother. And Brianna has confirmed publicly as well that Kevin and I were planning to share the holidays together, and he was going to bring his kids to have dinner at my house for either Thanksgiving or Christmas. And Brianna confirmed that Kevin was also planning to bring me to their home during the holidays, to Brianna and Latrue's home, to Robert's home. And they knew, of course, he was married, but they knew that I did not know. You see what I'm saying? And so Brianna publicly confirmed that Tigress doesn't know, and I don't want to be in the know, because she initially thought Tigress must be okay with this. And then she later learned from me when we had conversation that I had no clue. So yeah, we were definitely, based on everything that he was telling me, we were on a path of seriousness, if that makes sense.
Now he knew he was doing. You sound like a woman that's well educated, put together.
And this is where they misconstrued. In dating, you can be on a path of seriousness, but that does not necessarily mean that up front you're going to be the one that he just closed all options for. That does not mean that. You guys painted a picture in your head and all of a sudden assumed that just because he's progressing from a state of wanting to plan a future with someone, that it was just specifically you he was trying to see if that narrative could fit with. No. And there's nothing wrong with that. He did nothing wrong. He didn't play you. He was honest with you. He wanted to see a future with you. He was moving in that movement, in that statement that he standed on. But he also acknowledged to you, clearly to Shy, that he was still dating. He was seeing the options. There's nothing wrong with that. He did nothing wrong.
You're a lawyer, for God's sake, so you're not a dummy,
right?
And
I see. And you know, one thing that he has in common, it seemed like he likes to, deal with women that have money, that's smart, intelligent. Like that's the common denominator I'm seeing in in all of these women that he was dealing with. Like even the women that came up, that came up on my live and that was sending me messages like, oh, I was messing with him and da da da. These these women, we have background, we have money, we are established in our careers, like we have businesses, we have a life. So we didn't need Kevin to do anything for us or help us along with anything. He actually needed us.
You didn't need him to do anything for you, but you felt offended if he did it. You felt like he owed you something if he didn't do it the way you wanted it to be done, or if you had a disagreement. That's literally your behavior. Are they really thinking about what they're saying?
And I agree with you.
But he likes to poke his chest out by saying he dumped y'all, even though we like, nigga, you used them women.
Not the mascara in the bag. I can't.
These women were not used. He was definitely upfront with them, even based upon what they were stating. He was upfront with them. It was their emotions that came into play that blindsided all the logic. It's actually them that did the wrong, if you ask me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's why I'm glad, Tigress, you hit the link, because like I said, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I believe that he had admitted that I put him down, because when it for me, and I've said this, that I have had people laughing about it. For me, I came up with, my parents were both, they were military and then they were entrepreneurs. And so what I'm getting at is they were free thinkers, and they were really, really grimy about like their money. Like, and I shouldn't say grimy. They were really, my dad was from Nyack, New York, and my other side of my family is from Brooklyn. So but I was raised here in North Carolina, but of course they rubbed off on me. So the point that I'm making is that I don't play by my money, and I'm really, really, I get really, 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 really like, it's bad. Like it's my toxic trait, if I have a toxic trait. And
so you basically are admitting, and this is what I'm getting from you. You co-sign on something, and this is how credit works. It goes on to your credit, and if he pays it, it's a boost in your credit. So it was beneficial to you as well if he was to pay this. You get what I'm saying? Because it wouldn't come out of your pockets, and it would help your credit. But the fact that it didn't go the way that you planned it to go, you're upset.
And so we ended very volatile wise, because I got in his ass so terrible about giving me my money back. And I already had a lawsuit back then. So this is what some people don't realize. There was a lawsuit.
You're a bully, basically. and this is what they say. This is why they say don't even, like some men that say when they go to jail or to prison, if somebody offers you food, don't take it, because now if you take the food, you owe them. And that's exactly what happened to Kevin in this situation, in both these situations. Now that he took what was offered to him, he's indebted to them in more ways than one.
Back then in 2018, but I couldn't get him served. And it was such a difficult, and even now it's been a difficult process getting them served. They have been dodging service. But there are,
it takes a minute, because I'm trying to get 2 motherfuckers served now. I just got the girl legal name. We think it's her legal name, but I'm trying to get them served. I'm trying to get the paper in hand.
Yeah, and because if you don't get service, then the court does not have jurisdiction. So and they can't move forward on your case. And so some people were like, well, why didn't you sue him in the beginning? I'm like, sweetie, just check the files, honey. It's public record. Right. I sued him on the next day after the argument. Like, okay.
So that basically contradicts what you were saying earlier, because I forgot the word that you stated, but you basically were saying that it was too long ago. You get what I'm saying? And so now you're basically saying, well, I did it immediately. What I'm gathering from this is you don't have a case, Neil don't have a case, none of y'all got a case, and y'all bitter about it.
You don't find my money, then I'm gonna run you through court. And
he got so much money now, he pay all the bills. Send that lady her $2,000 right now.
And why he don't send me my money? Like, I've been waiting for this money.
I'm sorry, ladies, I got my money back. I got $30 plus $70, so he can afford to pay me. But if he's so rich and he's doing so well in them fake ass skits like the cheesecake,
because he don't owe y'all. You guys had a mutual relationship with him. He doesn't owe you anything, because I'm pretty sure what you gave him, he sought to give out the same. There's no owe in that. He doesn't owe you anything.
Factory. If it made you so much money to the point that you think you're gonna be a billionaire in 10 years, send these ladies they goddamn money back.
Yeah, I just want my money back.
Factory. I was like, damn, and he's been doing lives bashing me and you, Shaw, and getting tips. I've taken screenshots. Yeah, so I took screenshots because, of course, I would, as a lawyer, I'm going to put it on record.
I told you, Shaw, he's still bringing it up. He's still and I didn't even bring you on my platform yet. I told you.
And I'm
he's getting tips. He's getting tips, Shaw, for bashing us.
Oh God.
I told you, girl.
This man's platform is not based upon anything except for shedding his perspective on enlightenment and knowledge. That is all he's been shedding on. Within this last couple of years, he's been having to come to the defense of his brother because they were defaming his character with a domestic violence assumption, and he wanted to dispute this because he knew, just like everybody else knew, that it was not true. These allegations that came out about his brother, he came into defense, and not even came into defense and said that the girl was lying. He came into defense in the perspective of, that doesn't seem to be of my brother's character. And all in the sense of him defending his brother, which he had every right to. All of these characters started coming out and defaming him for sticking up for his brother. This is the result of what has happened. This is why we are at this point now. He's not going online bashing anybody. That's not what his platform was built off of. This man has a platform of almost 1 million followers on Facebook. There was no need to bash any of you. You guys don't have that type of following. And as far as his following is concerned, I'm pretty sure most of them, if any, are not that familiar with you guys. So, what would be the need for him to discuss any one of you in attempt for any views or donations? You guys have a false sense of self in this moment. And a lot of women do that, where they recreate themselves mentally to think that they are in a position that they're not necessarily in.
I just want my money. I'm
the same way. I've been. People have been.
Really they've been wanted my money. Like
they've been cracking up. So they've been cracking up because during the whole interview with Amora, I was like, "Run me my money."
Right.
Let me look into the camera, Kevin. Because they were like, "He's in the chat." Then run me my money.
Right. Just give me all he got to do. And you know what? He don't even got to give me nothing back for his birthday because that was the present. But the money I gave you so Jamie and your kids won't be on the streets, I want my $1,000 back from that rent I paid you. Mm-hmm. And then all those events that you was throwing and you didn't have the money, I was giving you the money for the Airbnb, these events that you was doing, I want that back too. So you need to give me a solid $2K. I want my money back.
We have my PayPal. On the same page there.
To all his supporters.
$2K.
To his supporters.
Yeah, he do? Okay, so
to your supporters, go ahead and send the money.
My PayPal is I still have the PayPal, the receipts and all that shows that I have, and text messages between me and him saying, "Oh, I'm gonna give you the money back." I still haven't gotten the money back. I still got the text messages.
As soon as I can get into my email,
well, that's what he said. Yeah, he said the same thing to me. He immediately went to my Instagram. So when I was online, when I was doing the interview with Amora, he came and was messaging me like crazy in my Instagram, and he was like, I'll pay you back, but I don't know why you got to be talking about me like that and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, look,
oh my God,
I'm not.
You a scam artist, like everybody been saying. It's like, let me just show y'all something real quick. Let me see if I can. It ain't even gonna take that long.
No, nobody would have known about you if you did not say anything. So him wondering why you would do such a thing, it's a valid question. And for you to make it seem as if it's so small, we have to stop doing these things, because had he would have called you out and started tarnishing you, then it would have been easy for you to be the victim. He could have easily went on his platform and basically said so many horrific things about you, and nobody knows you. So a lot more people would believe him based upon the amount of following he has. But instead, he came directly to you to ask you, why is it that you are doing this to him? And you tried to make it seem like girl, and this is why I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet for right now, but we're gonna keep going.
It's something I came across today and I bust out laughing. I said, "This the universe." Let me just show you something real quick, just to show you how subtle he is with the shit. Let me see if I can pull this up. It's in my history. I was just looking at it. And I pulled it up today when I was looking for another video. I wasn't even looking up his video, but I just happened to come across his video.
Wow.
But the wild thing is that he doesn't even realize the amount of money that I'll get for defamation from them all will be far more than $2,000. So it would have been better for him to just pay the $2,000 to me and then shut his mouth.
Right.
Hey, so this looks like Chubby Chick cheat. I don't know. Y'all could probably tell me the timeline, but listen to this. Listen to this.
In the midst of you speaking of defamation, you guys are literally participating in defamation of Kevin. But keep going.
Yeah, I dated him when he was chubby.
Obviously, this right here is my fundraiser here. This is my shirt. I want everybody to try to support me if you can, if you're able. If not, you can most certainly donate. You can actually buy the shirt for yourself or someone else. I have plenty of people who's already made commitments. Some of them has already promised to buy 10 shirts and give them right back to me so I can give them out to the homeless and less fortunate. Okay, so I'm asking you guys, please buy these shirts, represent them, represent the cause so people can become more aware. So we are raising awareness of awareness. You understand? So let's get involved. Let's evolve. Holla. Hello, everyone. Obviously, this right here is my fundraiser here. This is my shirt. I want everybody to try to support me if you can, if you're able. If not, you can most certainly donate. You can actually buy this shirt for yourself or someone else. I have plenty of people who's already made commitments. Some of them has already promised to buy 10 shirts and give them right back to me so I can give them out to the homeless and less fortunate. Okay, so I'm asking you guys, please buy these shirts, represent them, represent the cause so people can become more aware. So we are raising awareness of awareness. You understand? So let's get involved. Let's evolve. Holla.
All right. I just wanted to show y'all, and that's still on his page. What the fundraisers are usually for a cause.
Right.
Though, or some type of event. Majority of the time it's charity. Maybe a church, maybe a school. I remember I used to do fundraisers for school, right? For a cause. What cause? What the fuck does raising our awareness of our awareness? What the fuck does that even mean?
And this is how you know their intellectual skill isn't up to par. He made shirts. Everybody, a lot of people have platforms where they create shirts with logos or have different slogans. They have these things. So raising awareness of awareness, is nothing wrong with what he stated. It was a cause. Basically supporting his brand, supporting his line that he created, that he's selling. He actually said nothing wrong with that. But you're going to make it seem like he's a horrible person because those donations or those people buying shirts did not go to a specific corporation or organization. But he also stated in the same video that we have people who said that they were going to buy shirts in order for these shirts to be donated to the homeless. What am I missing here? Because what is wrong with what it's basically a statement for his shirt line. We're raising awareness for awareness. What is wrong with that? Buy a shirt.
I mean, like, I just want y'all to see how often that he used to ask for money and slide in it's for the homeless. Or we're going to do something for them. We're going to do what cost?
That is not asking for money. He's actually putting in money to spend to get shirts made. That's not asking for money. He's asking for a sale of a product. There's nothing wrong with that. And not only that, but he stated how some of his following would contribute to these shirts just for the shirts to go to the homeless. Manipulated at its best.
calls did he do? Can somebody let me know if anybody know the timeline? That man is clearly a fucking scammer. Obvious. What event? What was the name of the fundraiser? What was the name of the event? We know Cali do the tents. He give the tents to the homeless people, but nobody has a record of Kevin doing anything for the homeless people.
Well, see, that's where it became, and I explained that to Callie. For me, it would have not ever worked with me and Kevin. So we were together for what was it from?
I want to say this too. You don't have to give to the homeless. You don't have to give to the homeless in order to be considered a good cause. That is not fair. You get what I'm saying? People should not hold things against you like that. Or because you don't donate to the homeless, or because you don't donate to these corporations or these different programmings, your cause is not worth anything. That's not fair, and it's also not true.
May until December 2018. And the only thing that probably kept our relationship from not falling apart even faster is the fact that he was traveling, and I would see him, I would say, on a weekly basis, right? Because the point I'm getting at is that, as you can imagine, I would be very inquisitive, and I was. And with him also wanting me to be like, he didn't love bomb me per se, but he definitely, was like, yeah, I want you, in my business, and I want you to be, my right hand woman and my queen and da 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 and all these things, right? And here's access to everything. Here's access to the PayPal account. Here's access to the YouTube. I had passwords to everything. Okay.
He gave you all of this information, but yet and still you wanted to say that he scammed you? Which one is it? How would I don't know any criminals that would give you personal information and steal and steal from you and not think that they would be able to get caught or punished. Like, what are you making? You're not making any sense here.
And I was like, okay, what are you doing with this? And see, I'm the reason why he even pursued a charitable solicitation license, because here in North Carolina, you cannot ask for money without that license. And so,
facts, Andrea, facts. Some people give to the poor, the less fortunate, or any type of corporations just because of the kindness of their heart, not so that they can portray it out to the world to seem like a good person. Most people, and not only that, but Kevin even spoke on this. He said, I disagree with people. And he didn't say it was a bad thing, but he just said he disagreed because he felt like people, when you donate to the less fortunate, it should be from a place of heart. And when you're necessarily showing it, sometimes it can seem as if you're gloating or boasting about something. You get what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily someone else's business what you do for someone else, especially if you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart. And I understand completely where he is coming from. It's okay if you want to donate, if you want to broadcast or donating. I'm not saying that you're a bad person for doing that, but don't demonize someone who doesn't necessarily speak on it. We don't know what he does what he does or doesn't do in that manner, because he'd already acknowledged that is just something that he would not do. And I can respect that. And that is something that they're trying to demonize him about, and it's not fair. You are absolutely right, Andrea. Thank you for that.
I was immediately on his heels. Like, you're asking for money. Do you have everything in place? And so you get where I'm coming from. So I was always on his heels about things. And if anything looked strange, he would always have to clearly he'd have to clean it up. And it just got to the point where he couldn't clean it up with me.
Yeah, 'cause he was on some scamming shit. That's what it was.
Yeah, and I
know I
believe very strongly. I believe you're right. I believe that from toward the end, because we were planning an event with Lorenzo. There's a flyer actually online that I actually did. I made that flyer, and it's like a blue, light blue or whatever. Anyway, they were doing something at a restaurant in Atlanta, and I was questioning that, and I was, because there was a lady. And it may have been Queen Royal. I don't know. You tell us, the lady in the chat, because it was somebody, and it was about $500, and they were trying to Josh, his video guy. Remember Josh?
Oh yeah, Josh. Yeah, I know.
So
Josh.
Josh was like, this lady is trying to get in contact with us. She is livid about her $500. She feels like she got, you know what I mean? And so everything was just like bubbling at that point, is what I'm getting at. All in December. So December was bad for him, for sure.
Right.
December 2018 was bad.
Yeah, he admitted that he was broke when he was with Shy. He said it. But then he keeps puffing his chest out like she's scoring. No, nigga, you used her.
Wow. Right. There's no reason.
Her. And you dumped the girl on her birthday, and you even was trying to get her to put a house in her name so she can take care of you and your wife that's lazy as fuck. You know, or your whatever she was at the time. I guess these Wi-Fi internet marriages be funny. People be getting digital divorce around here. All they have to do is say we're married. You know, like it's so weird. But Tigers, if you can stay on the panel, you don't have to drop down. I just know I'm pushing for time with
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because you know she was only supposed to give me an hour. That's why I appreciate still sticking around. But I'm glad we did, because look what happened. More shit comes out. Kevin is being exposed. You know how a lot of people who's into that esoteric stuff, they say that it's the year of Aquarius, and a lot of shit, a lot of hidden stuff is going to be exposed. Right. And I told Kevin, bro,
this is the only exposing them. This is exposing the toxic mentality that has been carried out throughout a lot of people for so long. So if this is going to be the year of exposure, I would definitely say that you and these two ladies have exposed yourselves more than Kevin in anything, because everything that you guys stated of, we only have hearsay based upon it. We have one person who's trying to take him to court over a co-signment agreement. We have one person who's bitter about spending money in a relationship with somebody who she said spent money on her, but at the same time was broke. Yeah, you guys are definitely, you're exposing yourselves. And I hope that this helps you guys see what it is to actually have a thought process such as yours and grow and heal.
Bro, you sound like you don't fucked up somewhere. The universe clearly is putting you on the spotlight on you right now. And for somebody who was your former supporter, somebody who's on record on Sinetta's channel calling you my master teacher, sitting up here participating in the awareness of the awareness shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? The bullshit you be saying. Like
the foolishness.
Like the advocacy, because I hope more women see this so people won't be like, we just bashing Kevin. I sent Kevin money when he said he couldn't afford to eat. Okay, well, nobody hates black men. Okay,
can you? And I'm definitely gonna.
Let me pause for a second and catch up with some of the chat. V says, why don't they just say, hey Kevin, I'm not married to you, and if things go bad, there is no legal means of me getting my money back, and then say I did, but without a contract I can't do it. Exactly. Why can't you be upfront and honest? You get what I'm saying? See, this is the thing. This is how, and I think that he spoke about emotional terrorists and things like that. You guys got to take a look in that. It was very good. But it's a form of what I'm going to say is toxic. Manipulation and everything like that is gaslighting, for you to do things for somebody in order to hold it over their heads or mistreat them, or if things go sour, you feel as though they did you wrong when it was you that did yourself wrong. Because if you were just honest up front with yourself and with him, the whole situation could have been avoided in the first place. You didn't have to do any of this. Did you feel that possibly if you said no to these things, he would not like you anymore? Because if that's the case, then that's an insecurity within yourself, and that has nothing to do with him. Yet all of these things that they have portrayed has been nothing but what they have done to themselves. And the response of Kevin is in disagreement with them. You get what I'm saying? And okay. I mean, sometimes it's hard for me to necessarily get what I'm trying to get across out. But for the most part, I really hope that you guys are like understanding what I'm saying, because this is a behavior pattern that it happens in relationships, especially with females, where they'll say, I did this and I let him move in and I bought him a car and all of these things. You did that based upon your own insecurities, sis. And that is something that you need to acknowledge within yourself. Because if you were to deny him access of any of these things and he was to say no or walk away from you because you denied him of any of this, you would have felt hurt, because it was you that was in the liking of him more so than the liking of yourself. That was your problem, not his. All he did was ask a question, and we demonize a man for bringing up a subject or a topic or asking of a favor because we said yes when you could have just said no. Am I right? I've heard K-Mail says, I've heard Kevin Wesley mention multiple times the transgressions of others, doing fake giveaways and charities with no proof. Is it not fair for him to be accused of the same and he not have to provide proof? I understand these things, and that's the point that I'm trying to get across to everybody else. What the giving away to charity should not be a thing where we're holding to show. Why is it that we need proof to donate to anything? Why is it that we have to show that we donated to anything? If you're giving from your heart, why does it matter? I know one thing, and I think he even spoke on that. I would be highly upset if I was homeless and somebody had a camera in my face giving me an apple. I'm like, dang, like, are you doing this for me or for you? Because that's embarrassing. I'm homeless. I am a homeless person. You have to place yourselves in the positions of these people. You get what I'm saying? And with care, you would understand that if I was in this position, I don't think that I would necessarily be okay or comfortable with the world knowing that I'm in this situation. But I can respect someone who can acknowledge that I am in need of help. I can respect that. But it's very hurtful to a person who is in need of help. And then they refuse to ask for any help because of the fear that you may portray it to the world as if you're something greater because of it. Don't use me as an advocation for your character. Don't do that. That's not fair. Just because you have love or care for someone doesn't mean you should give them money for business. Exactly. Just because you care for someone doesn't mean that you're supposed to just give away your money. This is an act of your own self insecurities that a lot of women need to start acknowledging, even men. And then you feel played in the end because things didn't go the way you intended. That's not fair, because in a relationship, it takes two. It literally takes two. And so what you're doing is, what they have shown based upon their own statements is they made it to where it was only one. I did this much, so now everything is supposed to go my way, or if it doesn't, then this is how I portray it to be. How could this man did not scam you out of anything, especially if you are admitting that he spent money on you as well. He was flying you out all the time. These are your words. Business is business. Love or not, you need a contract for business. If you give the money because of love, then if you lose it, you should still love the person. Exactly. If you gave it for love, there is no debt required. And from the sounding of things, it doesn't seem like he just left you empty-handed. You're minimizing his efforts to make it seem as if your efforts are much more or greater, and that's not fair. It's not okay to do. Just as much as you sacrificed, I'm pretty sure in his own perception he had sacrificed the same. Like the second lady was stating how they didn't even stay close to each other. So of course, in keeping you guys' relationship relevant, there had to be a form of transporting, just like the first relationship. He had to fly you out on planes. So it's not as if it was one-sided. It was a two-way stream. He gave effort just as much as you did. Even if you're not on camera, doesn't mean I am required to tell anyone what I am doing. Exactly. It is of nobody's business or concern what I am doing for somebody else. That's why it's called charity. I am giving to a charity. I am donating an acknowledgement and an effort towards someone in need. That is that should be a place from your heart. It shouldn't be a place to show off or to flex or to floss. Like, that's not fair. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't highlight, hey, we're donating to this or we're giving away to the homeless. I think those announcements are great. But if he's not big on making announcements, how does that make him a bad person? Because he's not big on stating these things, how does that make him a bad person? We don't know whether he did or not. But does it really even matter? Does that make him a bad person? There's a lot of people who don't donate to different corporations or the less fortunate. Are they bad people because of that? I would hope not. I would hope that we wouldn't think that. That's not fair to anyone.
Step down, and I appreciate the opportunity, and sure, I'll definitely come again. And I guess it's kind of nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you.
I appreciate you taking some of your time.
Nice to meet you.
The universe.
I did have one more question. I did have a quick question.
Who, for me?
No, for a tech taker, because I got to be petty. I can't help this the Leo side of me.
You know,
the Most High made me this way. It's not my fault. I don't even.
Not the Most High.
Even the moral, they were trying to get me to do some petty stuff. I was like,
no, I'm finna be petty. You don't have to answer me. It's me. But that's Trader. He, I don't even think I'll be coming up with these questions, honestly.
Oh Lord.
If they can blame the devil, why can't I say my father ain't helping me out? My mother, my ancestors, why I can't?
Right.
So, but I'm just saying,
how about I do this? I'm going to definitely answer your question, but I'll say this. This is as petty as I would go. I feel that I know that he shit his pants once he realized that I had finished law school. So, because when I was dating him, he knew that I was applying to law school. I started law school in January 2019. So I know he shit his pants when I was interviewed. It was like, that bitch graduated? Yeah.
See, this is an assumption that you already built in your mind. Why do you feel like he would be surprised or in any kind of manner that you graduated? You have to give me more insight, sis, because at this point I'm feeling like you assumed he would feel like this because of some type of anger or aggression towards you, and he probably had none of that. Unless he stated these things, I don't see why you would feel that way. being proud of you for doing something like that. I don't think that would be a problem, but in your mind, because of how you feel towards him, this is how you would assume he would respond to you succeeding or doing anything prosperous. That's a process that you have to fix. You, you're portraying this on him as if he stated to you that you were incapable of doing this. Neo X did the same thing. Neo X went live and basically stated, one day my platform's going to be bigger than his, as if he said it wasn't possible. Like, why do you guys have this mindset towards people to where you feel like they're in some type of competition with you, or they think that you cannot do anything prosperous? That's a you problem, sis.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And he on the YouTube making, he don't fell off so bad. He got to make fake stories to get attention to his channel. But all right, so my question to you, sis.
Yes.
All right, so we know with Shy, he might need to watch gay porn
Okay.
to perform. You know, I think I seen a comment, unless I misread it, but did you say that you wouldn't say that he was gay in the bedroom, but his performance wasn't to par for a man?
Oh, okay. So I don't think that's petty, because I have commented on that several times because it's relevant.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Kevin, with me, he definitely gave completely inexperienced. He was not very he was very active.
Let me highlight some things to us females, and let's get on the same page about this for once. To speak upon a man's private area and sexual life, to draw insecurity to him, envision how your sons would feel. Envision how your sons would feel. This is how men grow insecurities. But not only that, to back this statement so that you can have a clarity and understand, sweetie, he was married to his high school sweetheart. They were together. And guess what? They learned together. So the experience that you have based upon his, yeah, it would seem like a walk in the mall with maybe 3 floors compared to him, okay? And I would think that was great for you to acknowledge that. So if anybody had any questions of him cheating while he was with Jamie, it's a no. He wasn't. He was a loyal man to his first love, him and his wives, beautiful family. And guess what? They experience and learn together, and they don't throw it in each other's faces, just like how you're trying to do, because you clearly have more experience. I mean, we got to stop bashing men in these manners, because if somebody was to turn around and say that you were a hoe, quote unquote, you would be very upset. But I mean, admitting to what you just stated, you definitely don't seem like a unexperienced woman. You get what I'm saying? You had to teach him things, right? Okay, so let's play this equally, because we even had the statement of somebody's penis size being a topic of discussion. His brother had to go through these statements where they tore him down by a lady who has 2 sons, who has to go out in life and hear that. You get what I'm saying? To draw insecurities within themselves because of these body shaming things. This is a behavior that you have to stop. We have a selfishness in ourselves where we'll say, oh, men can't talk about women like this. But we'll turn around and have these bold conversations as if we're shaming somebody, and we're only shaming ourselves. How dare you talk about something like that? And then to think that someone should respect you as a woman with class? I don't think so. If anything, you're showing me exactly why the relationship between you and Kevin did not work.
He was very engaged, but there were certain things that he had not experienced, and it evidently was his first experience with me. And they were not androgynous acts. They were, like heterosexual acts, but he had not experienced them. So I'm trying not to go into full.
Using the turning that little.
So now we can also debunk possibly these. I think he's gay because he's inexperienced, right? That sounds good to me. We can go with that. That'll work. The contradictions that you ladies portrayed on this platform today thus far, beyond me. But go off.
Are you older than him?
I'm a little, you know.
Oh, you're older than him?
Well, you know what? That's funny. I am 47, and I definitely am older than.
Oh, so
Kevin.
you was in there turning that little young boy eye. You was in there cougering. Oh, okay.
But yeah, so definitely to answer your question, he definitely was inexperienced.
You probably had him in that role playing and shit. I dated an older woman before. I know.
Well, you know, but I'm not a cougar. I got my biological age is different than my chronological age. We'll say that.
Well, cougar just mean an older lady who likes younger guys. That's it. That's what.
Yeah, but I think sometimes the cougar gets kind of like predatory, and I'm not predatory. Like I'm literally like
I see what you
my
mean.
equal is my biological equal is like 35.
I get
you
it.
know,
I know.
That is literally the thought process of a predator. Literally. See, you have it in your mind that you can't be a predator because you're a female. That's my assumption of what I'm getting right now. Because your body looks a certain way or your sexual behavior is a certain way. All of a sudden, you're equal to someone extremely younger than you. No, sis, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all.
One of my closest friends back home, she is like almost 50. She looks great for her age, but honey, she won't date nobody under the age of 30.
And mindful, let's be mindful. There are men your age that has the same body type, that has the same sexual drive. So let's stop making excuses for your predatory mindset.
35. Because she'll tell you that she's 35, you know, even though she's physically. But honey, you got to be in shape. You got to be healthy. She do not date men her age because you know the blood pressure, they unhealthy.
Correct.
All that stuff. So I get you, sis. I'm just trying to see because I was like,
V, to be honest, I think they're all fem cells. They're all man haters.
Did she say something about he was whack in the bedroom? Like, just want to make sure I read that correctly. But I appreciate your time. Amora, I see you in here. I just found out today that you interviewed Tigress. You know, I just came across Amora. I don't even know her, not even a month. So she's been helping me out with my channel. But we know we love her over here. So
y'all send me some subscribers. I'm trying to get my subscribers up.
What's your channel? Put it in. Type it in. Can you see that the button that say private chat?
But Kevin's the scammer. You're gonna build your platform now, but Kevin is the scammer, and let's all acknowledge the fact that he didn't build his platform off of none of y'all. Okay, but good luck with that.
Do you see that? Type it in there, and I'll put it in there and let my moderators. But all right, but I appreciate
y'all have a good evening.
You clear some stuff up.
Bye.
Like we might deep dive more if you want to. So it's up to you, though. It's up to you.
I have no problem with it. I have no problem with it. I'm definitely available.
He kept telling people that I was lying and that there ain't nobody coming to me. I ain't been talking to nobody, and I don't know.
Wait. But what did Callie say? Everybody can't be lying though. Everybody lying.
So he expected more of the women that he dated. And you guys have shown him that he gave you too much credit.
Right. Like, how is it
everybody?
So we finna get to this part about this teenage girl. We finna go ahead and address that so he can finally stop lying about what I said and who said what. All right.
So, well, I'm out, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
So let me make sure before we get to that. Let's see. I want to make sure I got every story. Oh, please, if you don't want to, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But I made a note about how one time Kevin Wesley made you uncomfortable with this Dwight Howard and the haircut thing. Do you mind talking about that? It's up to you now. Ain't no pressure. Ain't no pressure. But I think it's, and I don't think you could get sued because the nigga is gay. He's gay. So, but if you want to go ahead and tell, because if that's how you felt at that moment, that's how you felt. But if you want to talk about the haircut thing, and if you want to, that's you. But that's in the notes. Honey. That's I didn't bring it up in the last show.
I do not mind talking about that.
Okay, go ahead, tell a girl. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you. You know, it's a very short version. It ain't really crazy, but you know, we chilling at Dwight's house. You know, no problem. But you know, Kevin cut my son's hair, so you know that's what he did. So he was going into the bathroom and he wanted to cut Dwight's hair. But while I was out there and I was hanging with the other ladies in the house, so his baby mother, you know, Royce and some other ladies, I just was trying to figure out why he closed the bathroom door just to cut his hair. And they was in there for a hot minute.
Ladies, come on, let's be clear. You know, when your homegirl is doing your hair and y'all in the bathroom in the mirror, probably got the music going, you got the door closed at times. Not all the times, but at times that's a possible thing. So what is the problem with this? How did this turn into a gay moment for men to close the door during a hair cutting situation? See, it's a one-sided thing. If a female does it, it's a girl thing. But if a man does it, it's an assumption of gay. Why? Why do we do that?
Like, I mean, I don't understand why you have to close two doors.
Oh yeah, I was thinking to how many doors it was.
It was two,
and they both were.
They were closed and locked because Dwight's son tried to go in there.
Double security.
One of the kids tried to go in there and it was locked. So I just know that from that, I was sitting there on the chair that was next to his patio. And I was saying to myself, like, why did he have to lock the door? And that was when it really, like, just in my spirit, it just felt like something was going on. It was just, I don't know.
It was okay for her to ask questions of why this, why things are going on. But as soon as he asked, why you asked me that about two men on my phone, all of a sudden he's crazy. He's crazy for asking that question. But you got a whole lot of questions too, don't you?
I don't know what was going on. I just felt like something was going on.
Something was on. And then when you tried to just ask him.
Yeah, he kind of got like he was like, what's the problem? Listen, don't be talking to me about that. Like, just going, like, coming for me. I'm like,
I just
want to know why you was in there with the door closed. That's it. You don't have to be in there with the door closed cutting hair. Yeah. You could have actually been out here cutting hair. Like, you didn't have to go. It was just weird.
The bathroom. Yeah.
The same response that any man would give if you're questioning their sexuality. Thank you, partner. And I could have did it out here. So what? So what? We decided to cut hair in the bathroom. Get over it. As an adult, as functioning adults, some things should not be so childish. That's basically what you're giving, sis. Childish. Because I've been in plenty of bathrooms with females and we doing hair and makeup, lash, the whole 9 yards, changing our outfits and everything. And it has never been a gay question ever. And I'm not saying that they change outfits in the bathroom. And I understand that we have this particular stance about where men should draw the line. But I honestly feel like a haircut could have just been a haircut. And y'all really making too much of it.
I seen Kevin Gates get his hair cut in somebody's house, and they was like in the middle of the living room. They wasn't in the bathroom, even though I understand why people would.
Probably because the floor, like the hair and stuff. I mean, maybe that's why.
But he got defensive. But you was like, damn, why you locking doors?
Look at you justifying it. There you go. The hair, not wanting to get everywhere. That's a valid point. That is a valid point.
No more locked doors.
I made a note of that. All right, so let's go ahead and address this part. All right, so with the teenage girl thing. All right, so I know me and you and Callie talk, and we don't have to, because Kevin is trying hard to find out who it is that said it. We don't have to say the name. When this person ready to say, I'm gonna let Callie handle it. But I know what I heard Callie say, and when I talked to you and it was brought up again. Now, can you please clarify? Did you tell me that you saw Kevin in molest a child or any type of molestation? Did you tell me that?
No, I never said he molested any kids.
Okay.
Nobody said that.
Okay, no, yeah, nobody said that. Okay, all right, good.
Yeah,
So
I didn't say that.
So yeah, you did not tell me you thought Kevin was a pedophile. You didn't tell me that,
No,
right?
I didn't.
Okay.
No, I did not.
All right, so but can you tell me, the audience, is there a 14-year-old girl that you're aware of that was around? Well, she would have been 14. She ain't 14 no more. But do you remember a young girl being around?
Yeah, I remember her.
All right, so there is a her. She does it.
Now, I want you guys to understand this. NeoX spoke of a 14-year-old girl who had a mother who had recently passed, and Kevin stated that he never met this girl or his mother or her mother. And not only that, but Callie was making these statements about this woman, and she had already passed away 2 or 3 months before Callie spoke about the situation about him having the mushroom moment. So there was no possible way that this lady could even speak to Callie to give this information. Now, what she's about to go into is about how all of a sudden there was a person that said it, and not that actual person. It was a different person. And not only that, but it was a different girl who was at the house. Okay, so the stories aren't the same anymore, but somehow they still stand. I don't know
this, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of kids at Dwight's house, including my 2 kids. And this girl, she was there a lot though. She was always with us. If we was going out to eat or doing anything, she was there with her. Her mother left her there. I can't remember. I just know what they look like. I can't remember the girl's name, but she was 14, and the way Kevin interacted with her, it just was a little weird. Like I didn't understand the interaction between them, but I can't stay because I wasn't there, all the time, every day or nothing like that. But when I was there, it was very playful, very touchy. Like I'm not saying he was touching the girl. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
It wasn't like you can't. Because if you would have, don't you think you probably would have called the police if you would have saw him?
Oh yeah, I would have said something. I don't think.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's on record that I did not say that, because he's trying to paint his audience that I'm trying to say that someone told me that she physically saw him molest a fucking child. Like I mean, your fucking ass. If you, I'm like, what you mean you saw?
When you brought it up, when it was brought up, it was, oh, he's a pedophile as well. Because on your live, you were hurt by it, and you said birds of a feather flock together. This is how you linked him to Sinetta and Brother Polite. Remember? So now it's, oh, I didn't accuse you of. I was just saying that they felt like. No, you were accusing this man of being a pedophile, of giving a sexual harassment touch to a minor. That's exactly what you were stating. So now you're backing it, right? So now you're retracting that statement, right? But we have no acknowledgement of that, where you go on the live and say I was wrong. You didn't clarify that.
So you need to go to jail.
No, that if I
just want to make sure that was clear, that you told me it was weird. There ain't
no, it was just weird. It's just
and are you aware that you're not the only one who felt that way?
Who felt like that?
I don't even say tonight. Are you aware that you're not the only one who was peeping this interaction between him? Was that discussed?
No.
Okay. All right. So all right. So then you
and she's upset because Kevin has been going on her panel and also on his panel to defend his name against these accusations. And then you say, well, if it's not true, then why say anything? Because why would anybody be okay with somebody stating that they're a pedophile and they're not? If he's stating that he's not, if he's giving explanation as to why these things, these accusations are from of a deceit, why not want to hear his perspective? Why not want to consider that maybe it's of a deceit, and it still possibly is? You want to know why? Because you have no substantial evidence.
You must don't know who told Callie.
No, I know Callie has had conversations with, you know, other women that were there, like Dwight's people.
But good. I know it's good because I'm just trying to make it. He like to try to poke holes and see. He said this and he said that, but I just want to be clarified that Callie did realize when we was on the phone call that he made a mistake on which he told us who it was. Do you remember that conversation? I'm trying to do it without giving it away because Kevin.
Yeah.
Because Kevin trying to figure out who it is, and we ain't trying to give it to him yet until this person.
Yeah, now I know who it is. Yeah, now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so good. But it was talked about that we realized that Callie said the wrong name.
Yeah,
and Callie acknowledged when you helped when you told.
Just acknowledge the fact that you made an error in your journalism. And this is how you become, this is how you build. This is how you progress. This is how you learn how to not speak of things until you have the factual information. Because no, this is not a problem on Kevin for him responding to these accusations. This is a problem of your fault. This is a problem of your lack of journalism. You failed in this moment. You did wrong in this moment. So now it's been dragged out that he's a possible pedophile because of your laziness, because of your because of what you did wrong, your mistakes. Take accountability for that and let's do better. If you're going to accuse this man openly the way you did, have everything lined up. If she's not ready to speak, then state that. We have accusations, but I'm not sure upon these accusations. Somebody is willing to speak out, but not at this time. And in that time, I'll bring it forward. That is not what you did. You went based upon Callie, who was high off of shrooms and got mad at Kevin because he couldn't find them for 2 hours, and got mad because Kevin had to tow his wife's car because the car was broke down in front of the Dwight Howard's home, and said that he should have sat out there with her when he asked her if she wanted to come inside. And she declined because she said the weather was nice outside and she was okay. But you weren't there. You weren't there to help your wife. Nobody's holding you accountable for your actions. Nobody's saying that if this man made homosexual suggestions toward you, why was you looking for him for 2 hours in his house? Go home.
I helped him figure it out. It wasn't her, it was someone else. But
you, I say, so okay, good. So we got Callie, I got you. Remember I told you don't get that part clear.
Right.
He literally kept saying the name he was saying. And then you was on the phone and you was like,
no, that's not right.
So all
right. Facts. So, definitely.
All right. Good. All right. Just want to make sure we understood that. Got you. All right. But you never said she was molested, and you say her interact.
Not only that, V, but she stated that, of course, I'm going to defend myself. Of course, I'm going to say if something isn't true. But if Kevin does it, why are you saying it's not true? It makes me feel like you're guilty. That's exactly what she's doing. Like, it's so unfair, the fact that you can justify standing up for yourself and saying that it's okay to do that, but then turn around and get mad at for somebody else for doing the same thing for themselves.
The interaction with this girl who you're acknowledging that you know was always around them. That it was just weird.
Yeah, they, just him. And, Dwight even said some stuff to me. I'd be like looking at him like, what are you, I'm here with Kevin. Like, but he ain't saying nothing crazy. I'm just saying, you could tell that it was like almost kind of like trying to see where my head was at, trying to gauge how much I would, how far I would take it or where I would go with the situations, because I was there. I mean, we spent quarantine there, me and my kids, like we was there. It's not like I was just popping in and out like randomly or it wasn't like that. So I saw.
Callie, I got you. I just wanted to make sure that he won't say we be lying and trying to cover a story. I was on the phone when she literally corrected him and was like, and he was like, "Oh shit, you right," because he had to. And then she kept telling him, "You remember this girl was around all the time," and Callie was trying to figure it out. But I was on the phone when it was corrected, and we got to who actually said it.
Right.
So,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I just wanted to make sure when Callie said the story still stand, bruh, but she ain't the only one who feel that way, bruh.
The story does not stand. The man is not a pedophile. And even with your words, you said that he wasn't. You said that it made them feel uncomfortable, but it wasn't a sexual thing. It was just weird. Okay, so highlight that. Say that you were wrong. You falsely accused this man of a possible sexual assault to a minor. But instead, it wasn't that. It was just an uncomforting setting, and it had nothing to do with the sexual behavior. You did not acknowledge that. You're not taking accountability. And y'all drag men's name, and then you minimize how you treat these men. How dare you? That's wrong. You cannot do this to people and think that it's okay. And you want to talk about morals. Talk about morals, Kevin. No, you talk about morals, Neil. And where is that okay? That's not okay. It is not okay to have these accusations out here floating in the air and then turn around and say, "Oh, it's small because we had a little oops in the whole story." No. It's not small. It's a serious situation. And the fact that Kevin was upset about it shows a lot. That's a lot of concern. And it should be respected.
She ain't the only one. Nah, but I just want to make sure it's said that she didn't tell me you molested the child. So you can stop lying to your audience and saying that your ex-girlfriend is going around telling people that you inappropriately touched a little girl and you molested her. She did not tell me that. And I never even said that.
Right.
I never even fucking said it.
I never said that. I don't know nothing about that. I just know that the interaction was it's just a little bit too, it's just too much for me. Like
it was enough to make a group of y'all look at them. Like, okay, we gonna keep an eye on Kev. All right, so let me see. You anything else that you?
So in this situation, since we keeping eyes on Kev, where was the justice for this little girl? Where was her justice? If this was the case, why hasn't anything been sent to the police? Why would you insinuate such a harsh crime to somebody just to laugh about it and taunt him? If you were a witness to his misbehavior to a minor, then it should have been more than just, I'm going to keep my eyes on him. You're not saving her. You're not clarifying to her mental to have boundaries, to understand that things are not okay. What is wrong with y'all?
Wait, hold on. But
don't say the name.
No, I'm not saying the name.
Oh, okay.
But Queen, she's saying, but he said Lacey and Jamie was there during quarantine. What?
Wait, they was there doing what quarantine?
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. That nigga lies so much. I don't know. I don't watch his lies like that. I just peek my head in and out.
No, she said that, I guess Kevin was saying that
the lies. You be watching the whole thing.
Lacey and Jamie was there during quarantine also. So was y'all together?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
I know only time I ever heard him mention about Jamie and Lacey, I guess somebody said that he's not very clean, like his house is dirty or some shit. And he was saying that his house is never dirty, and we can ask Lacey and Jamie if they ever seen his house. Like every time they came over his apartment or whatever apartment he had at Dwight Howard, was the area clean? That's the only thing I can remember close to that. But
okay, I don't know nothing about that. But the whole thing about the quarantine, so y'all know Snapchat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Snapchat, it keeps a timestamp of whenever you do your snap, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could literally pull up my phone right now and go into the whole quarantine. Now, the quarantine was different parts of the year, but the beginning of the quarantine, when they shut everything down in March, yes, from March all the way till May, we was there that whole time. So I don't know what other time that Jamie and Lacey was there. Maybe they was there after I left or before. I mean, I don't know. I just know that we was still there. And then right before Callie went live and that whole incident happened, that's the timeline is there. I remember.
Yeah, that's what I'm not really sure
when you don't remember, when your timeline is off and you're lying, you have to come up with things to fill in spots, you know, because if he's saying that Jamie and Lacey was there, why do I have pictures and Snapchats of me and my son celebrating his birthday at Dwight's house, April 21st?
I don't know. I can't say I can't recall the way he said, but that's the closest thing I remember when he was trying to vouch on how clean he is. But family, I just want to make sure this part is clear. If you wonder why we being so secretive, when the conversation was had with the three of us on the phone, he was telling the story again to me what this thing is with the 14-year-old. And I've asked her, hey, do you know if there was a 14-year-old? And then she was like, yeah, she was always around. And then when Callie said the name, sis was like, no. You know, with Callie, we had to no, that's not who said that, you know.
Right.
And then that's when Callie started, you know, doing Callie. Then he realized he made a mistake. And that's when you see him making the video saying, I gave y'all the wrong baby mama name, but it was still said, and somebody else is aware of this same 14-year-old who was around. So yeah, I just want to make sure. So I don't want y'all to think we covering each other lies and shit like that. No, I'm telling you, I know what I heard, and I know what Callie said, and I know what I said. So
it is a careless act to witness or to have someone to say they have witnessed a mistreatment of a minor, and in that moment not try to seek authorities or to seek help for this child, only to use this information to go on a public platform to speak about it, and you have made no efforts for the security of this child, none whatsoever. She walked away with no help. What is that? What is that? And this is a problem in our community where a lot of things are happening to our children, and they're not getting any justice because you think that it's better to get online and make fun of it. I'm telling you the truth. Like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. There is no logic in anything that you guys are putting forth. I don't feel like Kevin is lying when he said that he's innocent of that. I believe him when he says that. And not only that, but his story has never changed. His story has never changed. It's your stories that have been changed. It's new characters that you are bringing into play to make these stories. And mind you, you guys are all friends. So y'all coming together as friends against this man, trying to make it seem as if he's some sort of pedophile. And that's not fair. That's not okay. It's not right. Because if all of you bore witness to where y'all can speak of these things, then all of you had an opportunity to save this child so that she can get some mental assurance, and you didn't. So now we have yet another traumatized mind growing up in this world, according to y'all.
So she wanted to know, was we together? So during that time frame, we was working on getting back together because we had already gotten back together after he left me in Atlanta. So once my birthday,
I thought you said y'all didn't get back together.
No, we did. Like, we ended up getting back together. So he broke up with me on the same day of my birthday, and then later on, that literally the next day, he sent me this whole. It's in my video with the text messages where he was like, "I'm sorry. Let's be together. Let's work things out." So from that day, going all the way up past the quarantine, all that whole time we was still together. So I guess she wants to know, was we together during the time of the quarantine, which we was. We was still we was together still. Yes. The only time that we officially stopped being together was once Callie went live and I jumped on his live.
And that was the final straw. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you carried that up because I thought y'all was over doing the birthday thing.
No, I haven't. That's what the second video was for me to show y'all the timeline, because he was trying to say that we had already been done. And I'm like, how we done it? We was just having sex in April.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Because when he was responding, he was saying that he was official. You right. He did do a video when he said that he was done with you when y'all broke up on your birthday.
Yeah.
And you proved that no, nigga, we was still doing.
How are you placing the blame on him alone? You had an understanding that y'all were done and you had consensual sex as well. And so now in your mind, you feel like, oh, we're getting back together. Yet again, an assumption out of your own mind. Did you ask him? Did y'all have any clarity? No. So based upon your statement, which we have to go by right now, is that you guys were still together because you guys had sex?
Doing our little thing.
And that's why I was able to say that I was there during the quarantine, because that was after my birthday.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, he can't say that I wasn't there.
Yeah, because at first I was sitting up and looking confused, like, damn, I thought y'all ended your birthday, but I get what you're saying. And he did say that, and you did respond by saying, no, nigga, I was definitely around after the birthday incident.
I was definitely there, yes.
So, and you proved that with your
timestamp. Right, with the video. The second video is when I had all
the need to be relevant is screaming right now.
The information that I was putting up there.
It's so much, y'all. Please forgive me because it be all over the place. But you know, Kevin gonna weasel through the shit. So let him weasel. He gonna find one. See, this is what he like to do. He'll find one. This called discrepancy in the story. It can be one slight, and we'll have one part wrong, and then he'll just try to dismiss the whole story. See, they lie.
Not true at all. And I hope he does a breakdown of this video as well, because I know his dialogue is so awesome. And he definitely gonna read you to a T. So, hey.
She said this and then she said that. You said that. I'll be like, nigga, I don't give a fuck if Callie said the wrong baby mama name. It was still said, nigga.
Right.
And somebody even verified that it was said, nigga. And that she knows who the fuck girl they're talking about, nigga. So it actually makes it worse because the person who we thought said ain't dead, nigga. She very much alive.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I had she reached out to me. She found me on Facebook.
Okay, yeah, but don't give him too many clues, because Kevin trying to figure out who it is. Because he tried to tell his audience that I said it was you. And I was like, did I say it was her?
It doesn't matter who it is. It's hearsay.
Or did I say that somebody clarified that Callie said the wrong name?
Yeah.
But I never said that she the one who told us.
Okay.
That, So, but that's what he trying to figure out who it is. And I was like, no, the person on the phone told Callie, bro, that ain't who sold you that, bro.
Right.
And then she said she knows who the hell this 14-year-old baby at the time.
I want everybody to highlight that their story had to change, and whether they want to admit it or not, the story had to change. So guess what? It's some flaws in it. It's some flaws in it for the story to have to change. Because if it was the truth, you wouldn't have got the names mixed up or any of the things in this sort. No, we're going to acknowledge it. We're going to stand on it because it's a big deal. It's a big deal when you bring up these type of accusations. It's a big deal. And for you to have one piece of the storyline wrong, baby, if your eyebrows ain't raised, I know mine is. My eyebrows is raised. How could you make a mistake in a situation like this and then make light of it? Really?
Time who she was, who she would have been. So,
right. Yeah, that's facts.
Yeah, it definitely, that's what she said, definitely make it worse, because I was like, bro, she ain't dead, dude. So you can't even say Callie lying on the dead one.
Lupac, shout out to you, mama. Thank you for coming through. I listen to your lives all the time. I'm not a major person in the comments, but I have been trying my best to get better at it as of lately. I support you so much. You are the bomb, boy. This is big to me for you to come to my channel. That means a lot. Thank you, Lupac, so much. Thank you so much. Oh, you are amazing, mama, for real.
The white got 10, baby.
Y'all, like, that's a Lupac in the building. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me go ahead and put Lupac up here, baby. Baby, Lupac in the building. Yes, ma'am. That's a. I appreciate you so much.
Baby mamas got 10, bro. I mean 5, not 10. He got 5 baby mamas.
I don't even know how many he got.
Yeah, well, according to Callie, he got, because when we talked about it, I said, well, damn, I see why you said the wrong damn name. So especially if the one who passed away is the one that was like more popular and shit. So but let me see. All right, any other questions? Because I'm sitting up here like, damn, I know he gonna weasel his way out of that, because it's gonna be one discrepancy. See, he said this and said, nah, nigga, it was still said. It was still said.
The best thing that I could think that he might even say with this, for real, this is just me speaking my piece from that last video. Ain't nobody got time to be going back and forth with this dude, but there was some clarification needed, because because I don't follow him, but from what I've been hearing is that he's saying stuff about me.
Yeah,
so
he still makes videos,
right? So and what's crazy is that he's not even important, because he don't even show up in my algorithm, even though I don't follow him. So I don't even know.
I'm telling you, he literally, when my foot been on his neck, for some reason, he just ran to hurry up and start making videos saying that you must be the one I'm talking to. But you, Kevin, don't know. You'd be surprised.
No, he didn't state that at all. Remember, y'all just literally said that Callie stated that she was the one. Y'all stated that. That man didn't bring none of that up at all. Y'all brought this up.
Surprised who's reaching out, bro.
Yeah, and that's
You'll be surprised, but I want to make sure it was clear. I reached out to you. You didn't look for me.
No, I didn't, and I didn't have no reason to clarify this again, because the second video I made was clarification of. I had screenshots, I had text messages, I had pictures, I had videos. It was no reason for me to do that. I did all of that just to show and prove. One, you came on my live saying that we wasn't together, or whatever the case may be, whatever this cockamamie story you came up with to try to make yourself look better. That wasn't that. Me doing that was to basically cover myself. Like, CYA, cover your ass. That's what I was doing, covering my ass.
You good, sis. You don't have to explain yourself, because you see it's a whole nother woman who you didn't even know.
No, I didn't even know.
Came right up here and said that y'all got similar experience. Right. And guess what? Kevin owes her money too. So no matter what he try to weasel out, no matter whatever slight discrepancy,
this man don't owe y'all no money at all. You guys are coming from a hurt mind state. It's sad that us females, like, we really got to do better with our mind frame, and it takes a lot of healing. Everybody needs to seek counseling and healing in this situation, because you guys are seeing from a toxic mindset. Like, where do you get off thinking that somebody owes you something when you guys were equal participants in a relationship? He owes you literally nothing at all. And based upon your words, he was flying you out, taking you out to eat. He took care of all of these things, you and your friends and everything like that. But as soon as something doesn't go your way, he's indebted to you. He owes you, or he was wrong. No, that's not how that works.
That he tried to fire to discredit the whole story. The common denominator is, you mess with women who got more money than you, and you use them, and when you're done with them, you dump them and move on to the next victim.
Right.
So you can play games. Oh, she said this, and look, she said that, and she said this. I'm telling you, I was on the phone when Callie got corrected, buddy. So I was there. I was on the phone listening. So, but I think that's pretty much it, sis. Like, if you have anything, I mean, I have one more note about when his license was suspended. He went to jail. Did you have to bond him out? Oh,
no, I didn't bond him out, but being the girlfriend that I was on the phone with his best friend, Dwight, and I was in my car doing 70 from Virginia to Atlanta.
To go get your man.
To go be with him, to make sure
he ain't called Jamie.
Why would he call Jamie?
I don't know. Shit.
Jamie, I don't know. Why would he call
That's
her?
his little sidekick, honey.
Apparently, I
But
was the
she said,
side.
because I know I cut you off. I know I cut you off, but she said she made more money than me, and I was just trying to see was she still employed. Because when you were around, you was not aware of no job that she had.
I don't know how she. Now this is the thing, because he will try to say something about the comment I'm about to make. So before I say anything about that, I don't know what she had going on. But for somebody that has a job and they have children, I don't think that you would be risking eviction if you had a job. You would just pay your rent.
Girl, that speak volumes for their character. Only people I know who don't take care of their kids and get a video are people who struggling with drugs, substance, people who are abusing drugs, who are neglecting.
Now, this is sick to me because you're stating that they don't take care of their children and their children have grown healthy. And not only that, but Kevin has given his story, his testimony a lot, and a lot of his information is based upon his own testimony. This man has stated how they were young, they were teenagers when they had their first child, and they stated how things were hard, and he also even spoke of having to live separately and things like that. Financial statuses weren't up to par. So for you to come on here and try to throw this in this man's face, it says a lot about you. It says a lot about your character, sis, and how you because you own a business and everything like this, you're just so grand slam. No, sweetie, it shows that you ain't never, you're not used to nothing. You ain't never had nothing before. You don't know what it feel like. So you so excited. You feel like you can use somebody's low point to validate your high point. Get over it.
Neglecting their kids. But two able-bodied people who claim they don't do drugs, and that's not a good look.
No, it's not. And
even if your man ain't willing to take care of your kids, like as a woman, you should have just I'm telling you, I'm peeping game. I know these type of people.
Now, Neil, you don't have any children. Now, I understand that your girlfriend has a child, but you personally, you don't have any children. So the struggle of being a parent, I don't think you have a rightful space to even speak upon that. Like I said before, how you told people that you're only gonna favor one child because there's a condition of love. In unconditional love, that was your statement. To tell somebody that they would favor one child over any other children that they have based upon what? Because you don't have any children. How dare you speak upon anybody's parenting skills?
People, they're users, they scammers, manipulators, everybody's hater. I know them type. I don't have to kick some of them out my house before. I know those types.
And you know what's crazy? How is it that I came through for that situation and I have my own house to pay rent on, I have my own kids to deal with. So it's like, if I could move mountains for you, like, how dare you that's the whole thing. It's not even about being with you, because it's not about being with you, boo. Like, we could pass that. It's about
facts. And even earlier, she was saying how she wouldn't do this. She wouldn't do any of this if he would have just apologized to her, because her feelings were hurt clearly because it didn't go her way. So now she feels like something is owed to her because of a failed relationship. No. When you have to admit, first of all, that you were part of the problem. The reason for the relationship failing it's not just due to one person. In this instance, I can understand how it was more so you than it was him, most definitely, because of your actions, because of your behavior. Like, why would you be out here on a platform talking about this man if you said that you wish nobody knew y'all whatever date? Well, you're the one that bringing it out because nobody knew you. Nobody knew who you were at all.
The things that I've done. I could have been, financially set back because I was helping you. And, you could have just been like, hey, I can't pay you back now, but I could pay you back $50 every week or whatever. I don't know what the hell you could have done. But for me, it was all about getting my money back. That was really what it was.
No, I get it, and you have the right to tell your story. If it's accusations out there that Kevin is a scammer, it should be known.
Right.
You literally got a lady suing him. you know. And then the tube food thing, like that's even what made him pay me. He sent me money back without even asking me to show the receipt. I think he asked for it after he sent the money.
I think, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think she was a waitress. She was a server. Now that I think about it, I think she was a server.
Nah, this don't give out no stop. It's not, because baby.
No, because now it's like, because it's been.
I wish I could because this is little clip that Neo does where she plays the movie clip from I forgot the name of it, but I think it's Terrence Howard, where she say, "What happened to you, man?" But this is what she needs to understand. And this is how you know you have evolved as a person. When people that can't go with you, or people who didn't make it with you, they see you, they want to hold on a bitterness or a jealousy because of their lack of growth. They see your change, and so they try to hold it against you or manipulate you with this understanding of, oh, you changed, as if it was a bad thing. No, what you need to understand is, in the midst of what he was doing when he was around y'all, it was a purpose. It was for him to progress. And that is exactly what he did while y'all was playing around and didn't get anywhere, and now you're left behind. That is your problem and not his. And see, it's a lot of people out here who do this to others when they see them succeed, or when they see them in a different aspect or a light of what they wanted to become. All of a sudden, oh, you've changed, as if it was for the worse. Because back then, y'all have so many things to say about how he was broke and how he was struggling and doing this and being used and y'all being used in relationships like that. But look at him now. What are we saying about him now? Oh, you're mad. So now you want to say, oh, well, he's claiming that he's paying all the money. Yeah, because y'all coming from a place of hurt. You can't win with haters. That's the main thing that people need to understand. You can't win with haters. It's always a justification for why they are hating on somebody else and not taking accountability for themselves. Grow, do better. Start to question and see yourself, and maybe ask, well, what is it about me that I have not grown or changed? Because I walked side by side by this man, and we are in two different places now. Is it truly because we had a disagreement and he changed for the worse, or was it me that stayed stagnant? Man, the world is overpopulated with the haters, and it's real, and they need to seek help, and they need counseling, enlightenment. Neo X is definitely she's going around having all these accusations about these different men, but none of these men are drug dealers. None of these men are out here in and out of jail. Shout out to V Bennett. Shout out to his channel. Shout out to Brother Mayat, who is teaching hieroglyphics. You get what I'm saying? These men are doing things great for social media and in the community. And all she has is to sit here and to tarnish these men's name to build up her platform. And it's wrong. And she admitted earlier that it's because she is bitter. So you said it, you stated it. You're bitter. Ooh, excuse me. Y'all, I was coming down with a cold. But either way, I pressed through this video. I'm not big on content creating. I'm new, so I'm learning. I appreciate everybody for coming through just to, give me a chance. You get what I'm saying? Because I know that it's going to be some platforms that probably take on to this story in their own way or two. So I appreciate everybody's time. This is the longest video I ever did because I really couldn't sit down and do a recording. A brief one that I wanted to stick to because of my own nervousness, but I had so many emotions towards this story because a lot of men and with this saga, with the LaTruth saga, and Kevin and his brother, I mean, these women are attacking him, so they're attacking both of them so harshly. And at some point, it's just like enough is enough. enough is a god doggone enough. Like, when y'all gonna get to a point where y'all realize that the problem is within yourselves and not with anyone else? When are we gonna learn this? But shout out to everybody that came over and showed love. Lupop baby, thank you so much, mama, for coming through. That really means a lot to me. I have seen the story through listening to you from the beginning. I really appreciate it. And and if nobody is familiar with Lupop baby, please go to her channel. She is a bomb.com cook. And she's a bomb.com mother. And not only that, but she has grand words of wisdom. Y'all, please go support the channel. Most of the time when I'm looking at videos, it's when I'm working or when I'm doing something. So yes, I'm not quite used to typing in the chat, and everything like that all the time. So I am working on that because I do want to become more social when it comes to this situation. I want to be able to say my piece and share my interest with you guys' content. Everybody is awesome. Thank you, Mama Andrea, for coming through. Latoya came through. Thank you so much for Ralph coming through. Jade came through. Shout out to everybody. I really appreciate it. I'm only going to improve from here. You guys mean a lot to me. I'm going to go get my babies from school. I do have another video coming out. I'm going to work on being able to pull this link up because I think it'll be tight if we do a video together discussing some things. Not only that, Ashley D, if she ever hears this video, I want you to know, mama, I'm ready to get in contact with you as well. She is also another great content creator who's shedding light on a lot of things. She has great wisdom as well. It's a lot of great content creators on the saga of the LaTruth story. Y'all, everybody, please get in tune with these beautiful content creators because even without the story, they have great words of wisdom, and it's time for great people to be supported. Let's support each other. Let's share, let's see everybody's perspective, you know what I'm saying? And let's grow because it's time out for all the ignorance that just continues to spread. Shout out to y'all. Change your mind, change your lives.